Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, May the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of sound checks, please. I need a sound check, and can you see my screen? A couple of yeses will help me. Excellent. Thank you very much, William and all. So yeah, there's that PRVB just absolutely exploded. This was a bit of a late one for me. This only started at 9 o'clock. The news I can see is they're going to have some kind of a release on Thursday of a briefing document. And this has just absolutely exploded. It's interesting too because it's not a super low float, 51 million in the float. And this is just ramping up here. I mean, the next resistance on the weekly chart is around 1340. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but man, oh man, just talk about a ramp up. Really did nothing until 9 o'clock this morning. So let's see what happens on this one. I mean, this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I mean, obviously I'm not wanting to take a short yet. Not even sure when I'll be able to take a short. There's the 200-day moving average, 1301. So it's coming right into the the 200-day moving average at 1301. That's about 50 cents away. There are other things happening, believe it or not. Wow, this is really ramping up. Look at the volume. ANPC. I think this drifted down somewhat. Yeah, so the high was 639. So it's drifted down to about 552. Novel cancer treatment and product joint venture is what I read about ANPC this morning. We don't have a float. I did some checking around. It looks like the float's around 5 million. Ride. Hope nobody was in this one. Ride released earnings after hours yesterday. There's the reaction. Here's the mauve area right there on our charts. That's the after hours reaction, and it's continuing down here. Support maybe around 670 or so. And this is just getting destroyed this morning. ACHV, a cheap one. ACHV is down a lot, gap down quite a, down 15%. Actually, it's not as cheap as I thought it was. I thought this was a sub-dollar stock. They're doing a financing. Not sure what the financing price is, but okay, let's see, $20 million. Let's see, announces pricing. $7. Okay, so the financing's at $7, so it's a little bit above the financing price. And that is ACHV. Tiger, T-I-G-R. Tiger is an earnings play. Having a nice start to its day. It's an earnings play, TIGR, China Fin stock. Lot of room, guys. I mean, a lot of room for this one if it wants to keep running. Speaking of China, the China education stocks have all popped for whatever reason this morning. I don't know if there's any specific news, but they were all, of course, most of them had gapped down big yesterday. But there's EDU, TAL is up also. All looking kind of the same in terms of flatlining. I do see American Airlines sort of. This would have been better had it gone all the way back up. Taking a look at American Airlines here. Had the body been, had the tail been a lot longer. BEKE, another China stock, I believe anyway. BEKE. Yeah, so this is gapped down on antitrust investigation. Starting to come back though. PIRS. I couldn't see. Okay, announces respiratory and jump. Okay, they jumped on a collaboration with Genentech. Sorry, I didn't see that news. It just sort of popped in now. So that is the news for PIRS. OCGN. Let's see, COVID play. Getting some activity this morning. USWS. USWS. Okay, it's holding. Let's see, the news on them, they're going to go through full electrification of their portfolio. That is their news this morning for USWS. This is another one. TLC gapped up on India approval. This was really gapping up. Let me see if it's pulled back. Pulled back a little bit. But this was really gapping up. India approval for their drug. Shake Shack. Man, I haven't seen Shake Shack for a long time. Shake Shack could be really interesting. It's up 6%. Relatively low float. A couple of upgrades this morning from Goldman and also Wedbush. There's the 200-day moving average, so that might stall it, but Shake Shack definitely in play this morning. I'll mention this one, CGC, very aggressive price target put on by, don't know these guys too well, MKM, $55 price target put on by MKM for CGC. Look at cannabis though. I mean, I'm going to take a look at the cannabis sector ETF. Still, I mean, just doing absolutely zip. I mean, you know, we had that big spike up here that week. This is back in February. And since then, it's a slow decline. I'll point this one out just because if you're seeing it, wondering what's happening here. NOVN, big gap down. I guess they're doing a 1 for 10 reverse split, which takes effect after the market closes this morning. Somebody asked about space. Okay, 26.6, well, it's below the 200-day moving average, so I don't know if it's going to hold it. All right, let me just quickly go and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Okay, not too many upgrades, not too many downgrades. Let's just take a look at some of them. Yeah, I see the upgrades for Shake Shack from Goldman and Wedbush. Haven't seen Shake Shack in a scan for months, it seems. All right, there are some of the upgrades. We'll get some of the downgrades in now. This is from briefing.com. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, Domino's, DPZ has a downgrade from Goldman's. Let's take a look at DPZ. DPZ, how's that downgrade affecting Domino's? Not much yet. It says, yeah, antitrust investigation for BEKE, Carlos. That's what my headline said for BEKE. Falls on report of a Chinese antitrust investigation. All right, guys. Tiger continues its move here. TIGR continues its move. Been a little bit choppy on that 2-minute chart. Got as high as 1871. Dropped down to 1825. Is coming back. Yeah, I mean, listen, our news is okay, but it's certainly not the be-all and the end-all. I always look at Interactive Brokers. They've got their news. I think their headline news is pretty good. If I can't find news for a stock, like why it might be doing something, then I'm always going to be looking at Interactive Brokers also. Yeah, there's nothing here on that. Well, no, it's right here. China begins antitrust probe into KE Holdings. It is right there. Okay, so we did have the news. Well, our charts update every 8 to 10 seconds. Okay, so if that's what you're talking about, when you click on an alert, it's real time. But if you sit on the chart, it'll update in about 8 seconds. If that's what you're talking about. I'm not sure what your alert, I don't know what alert you got. I'm just looking at, like I have a trading view chart here, 2569, 2567. So I'm not sure I know what you mean regarding an alert. Somebody asking about NVIDIA, way out of the price range I like to trade, but let's just take a look at, oh, actually, did they do a revert? They must have done a forward split. Is that today? Is that forward split today? On Friday, okay. Well, it must be I'm sorry. You know what, guys? I'm really sorry. I read that as $63, not $630. Okay. So they are going to be doing a forward split. Okay. Yeah, they come out on the 26th, tomorrow after the market closes for NVIDIA. So Rick, if you're asking my opinion on what's going to happen, you know what? I mean, no idea. I never play earnings. I never take a stock ahead of earnings. trying to guess what the reaction will be. Okay, I just want to make sure though on the single stock window. Okay, it is updating. Okay, yesterday we did have a minor. If it's stuck, if it is stuck, who asked that question? Carlos, yeah. If it's stuck, because we did have a little problem before the market opened yesterday with their single stock window, and if it's stuck at a price, just do a reset. Okay. You know what? You're right. IPOE is making. I have that on my list. I don't think I talked about it. It's on my watch list anyway. Yeah, IPOE is making a bit of a comeback. This is Sophie, SOFI. That's who they're trying to merge with. Why is a class action against a company good news? Why are you saying that? Oh well, it's not. Yeah, but you're looking at past news, okay? Yeah, I mean, I see that prevention alert. Listen, these lawyers come out of the woodwork, okay? And so it's not good. I mean, that's not the reason why the company is moving. So it's not like that was the reason announcing a class action, so it went up. No, there was actually some news on it. You'll see this many times. Many stocks, you'll see class action suits levied against them. This is one. This is it's a pink sheet stock. Okay, forget about it. Now that's one heck of a topping tail for SBCE. Here we go, guys. So if we're wondering why these education stocks, the China education stocks, are now rebounding, I don't know. Let's not be so cynical. However, TAL, EDU, GSX, etc., rebound after officials deny the tutoring ban. So that's the reason why a lot of them were sinking. I guess some kind of a tutoring ban, a rumor of a tutoring ban. And now Chinese officials are denying a tutoring ban. Yeah, I noticed that for whatever reason, I don't mind it because sometimes it gives especially in the bottoming tails. Yeah, I don't know why our charts show these topping tails, whereas most charts don't. I have no idea. No idea. So I guess we got to watch these China education stocks. Not exactly. I mean, we have price action, which I'm not in love with, but you can try it, in our single. So these are stocks that are in theory have the same type of price action. But if you're talking about specific correlation, I mean, obviously within sectors, I mean, if unless there's specific news about a company, Here's Alcoa, and I'm sure CNX, another aluminum company, probably going to move the same. We have found, of course, Mara and Riot, a couple of blockchainers. They seem to move exactly the same. But if you're asking for a specific scan for correlation, no. All right, guys. Well, I want to get set for this open. So what I'm going to do is emit. By the way, I always should go over this every morning. This is what I use for my pre-market scanning. I have my pre-market actives up and down and my gap ups and gap downs. This is what I use for my pre-market scanning to try to, find stocks that might be interesting once the market opens. Of course, and that's how I get that watch list. I don't even want to call it a watch list. It's just active stocks. Whether they maintain once the market opens, it's another issue. But that's what I use. Can you give me a moment, please? All right, so this is what I'm going to do. Minimize these windows. Don't need them anymore. Well, CGC is moving on that upgrade. $55 price target. So, it's going to be active today, of course. So VSTM was maybe going to be an interesting one. I didn't take it. I think if you were in the room yesterday, I was interested in this one to see what it would do after hours. It wasn't bad. I mean, it didn't move. I mean, obviously I didn't take this one. I was looking to take this one around just over 4, but only if it really started to move. So I guess, the jury's still out on this one. It still has room. You look left on that monthly chart, 467, and I believe that's the same on the weekly chart. So, it still has room. There's a big float. And again, guys, you want to follow my watch list up and down from the toolbar. Click on New, Channel Bar, and then my watch list right here. Where are you? Barry's right there. Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is by design. Like to see things settle down a little bit. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes either. Tiger still on the move here, guys. So this is good reaction to earnings. Next high looking left on the daily chart looks like around 20 or so. So it does have some room before it hits the next high. It's just above that high right there, which is 1872. This is back on the 6th of May. How do you adjust the 15-minute delay? Well, you have to You're not logged, if you're a subscriber, you're not logged in correctly then, probably. I will have to send you to our home page. It sounds like you're logged into the old demo or something. So if I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, so go to the home page and give them your email. They'll check your account. Assuming you are a subscriber, it just means you're logged in incorrectly. All right, we're now open, guys. Sorry about that. We're now open. Let's have a great trading day today. Look at Tiger. Man, Tiger just rippage, severe rippage here. And as always, I'll be very interested in my gap continuation scan. Gap continuation or reverse. Again, for me, nothing will happen until after 15 minutes. Well, guys, Tiger just exploding here. Take a look at FUTU. Remember those days? Remember these days right here? Where FUTU and Tiger was following suit? And there was one other one, I can't remember. There was another, I think there were 3 of them. These are China fins that were just ripping. So there's FUTU. Probably a bit of a sympathy play with Tiger. You're right, thank you. That's exactly the other one. That was a really cheap one. FINV, let's see what it's doing. Yeah, FINV, now they actually have, they're actually an earnings play also. Don't know why, I really didn't see them. FINV is an earnings play also. Yeah, definitely. It's a lot cheaper, of course. 186 million in the float. What does Tiger have? TIGR. I think it's a lot lower. Yeah, so I mean 66 million in the float. So Tiger more than likely will be a lot more active. Let's take a look at the relative volume. FINV. It's a good relative volume. 33. It just has been not trading at all. I mean, look at the daily, look at this. I mean, no trading whatsoever. All right, how is Shake Shack doing? We don't have Shake Shacks in Canada. Wow, that is really reacting to that upgrade. 2 upgrades from Goldman and look at this, through the 200-day moving average. So a couple of upgrades, Shake Shack, Goldman, and Wedbush. All right, guys, I guess we got to look at it. AMC, a lot of volume just coming in right now. AMC, popping here. Wow, Tiger. A big challenge of 20 now coming up. 2015 is the next high looking left. Inovia, I don't know too much about these guys. IN, so EYEN, low float, 16 million in the float. This does not trade very much. 452 times normal right now. Look at the volume coming in. Announces positive. So I did not see this in the pre-market really. Announces positive top line results. Actually, it's phase 3, guys. It's phase 3, but it is shortable. So this is shortable, but it is phase 3 actually. Top line results. Phase 3 clinical study. Presbyopia. AMC through 14 now. AMC is through 14 now. The WSB boys probably got a hold of this one, and they're also looking at GME. GME is also very active, as is MVIS. We have the troika right now: MVIS, GME, and AMC. Okay, guys, definitely keep an eye on this EYEN. I haven't seen this one in the last little while. The next high is looking left around 648. I wish this weren't here. I wish it were a cleaner shot. Wow, Tiger over 20 now. Man, what a run. Are they okay? Are they in? Are they looking at Bed Bath and Beyond also? You know, this was another one of the Reddit stocks back here on this this week right here. The infamous week of January 25th. Shoot, OCGN. That was shortable for me. I was just kind of lost sight of it. 893 was the high, right back down to 831. Okay, if you have the AI, you know why I'm. There's True is on the move. Yeah, my guess is that Tilray is moving along with CGC. I just find them very, very difficult intraday traders. But yeah, a lot of volume coming into Tilray. Almost for sure a sympathy play. Somebody asked about pairs playing. I mean, it's not so much pairs playing, but I would call it sector. There's no news for Tilray, in my opinion. There's no news for it, but it's reacting to the upgrade for CGC. You know, the same thing with the FinV, Tiger. Bit of a surge also. What's the market doing? I haven't even really looked. So the Dow's up, SPY's up, Tech's up a bit. So everything is positive right now. Another one that is moving is Clove, C-L-O-V. C-L-O-V is moving. You know, you can sort of see if it can get over 729-ish. It has a shot to that 8 level. A lot of volume coming into C-L-O-V. Yeah, I mean, at some point these are going to fade. Yeah, of course they're going to fade. It's just a matter of, okay, when and where. There's another, so look at EDU. A lot of volume coming in. It's a big float. Wow, it's a big float. 1.7 billion in the float. It's a big fade for TLC. That was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. TAL, another one. TAL, another China education stock is TAL. GOTU. Though this one, again, this one was sinking already before all this, okay? So this is the one I'm really skeptical about. You might get the bounces from EDU and TAL. METX, I think, is another one. METX is a real cheap one. So this is pretty classic. Put out a rumor that we're going to ban the stocks, and now put out a rumor, not a rumor, but deny the tutoring ban. Why not? Yeah, I think that this is a classic one. Again, this was getting beaten up way before the other ones. And a lot of short sellers in this, short sell newsletters slamming this one. I can't remember which one specifically. It's either Street Sweeper or Citron. There goes the Clove, guys. C-L-O-V. C-L-O-V. I think it's right at this, what's that? What did I say? 730 is the next high looking left. I mean, if it takes out 730, there's a, it has a shot to get to that 8 level. That's the next high looking left. Again, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. Another China stock on the move. I know somebody mentioned this one earlier. PDD. Big float. Man, a big float. 1.2 billion in the float. Wow. It's a 136 stock. My eyes are going crazy, guys. I thought that was a $13 stock. Okay. All right, VSTM looks like this is a no-go. I was really hoping this would hold 4 and then start to move off 4 this morning, but looks like this is a no-go. And this is shortable for me too. All right, guys, I'm just eagerly waiting for my first gap continuation or reverse. It'll happen more than likely in about 15 seconds. Let's just see, I'll put it up here. Again, it doesn't mean I pile into a trade the minute I see it, but That was a little anticlimactic. There we go. Space, gap down and reverse. Space, a gap down and reverse. Okay, big issue again. That 2646 is the 200-day moving average. I remember watching this at the end of the day, guys. Remember, it just tore right through that. This is when I shut down the room, and it was just accelerated right through that 200-day moving average. Man, GME is... this might be the day. This might be the day that it gets up to that magic 200. What did it get to yesterday? 188.46, so it's a little bit below yesterday's high. All right, Tiger, gap up and go. All right, look at the market. We did not see this at all yesterday. Not one red candle like that yesterday. You recall, look at the SPY yesterday, well, at least for the majority. Look at this. We had a little pullback here and then a ramp up towards the end, yes. But I mean, for the most part, the SPY was, right from the get-go, except for that little pullback here. But look at the SPY right now. We're still up. So I'm drawing this to your attention because the gap ups and reverses might work well if the market keeps doing this. All right, guys, this the gap up and reverse for PRVB. Let's see, where did this come from? Boy, this has got a lot of room to keep moving down if it wants to. Wow, this was a good one. Could I have shorted that one? Yeah, look at the stem, guys. So the stem came in at 2461. This is what I'm talking about, 2461. A gap up and reverse. 2461. We're going to get down to 2386. I did not get that one. If you're looking for an active scan, my gap continuation or reverse is a very active scan if that's what you're looking for. It's one of the ones that I'm sharing. My home page. Yeah, well, the market, that's a big red bar now so far. That's that opening, sorry, that's the second candle. Right, ACHV, this is a gap down and reverse. Now they've done a financing and the financing is at $7. So this is a nice reaction so far. ACHV, nice reaction so far coming off that financing price of $7. Just watching what the market's doing. That's a big red bar so far. Second 15-minute candle for the SPY. This is a gap down in reverse for ride. I don't know. I mean, this is an earnings play. It has been beaten up. So there is a reason for this gap down. Thank you, Brian. I know I always forget to, yeah, if you're in the YouTube room, yeah, if you wouldn't mind, do a like and subscribe. I guess that's the subscribe and like, something like that. Trying to build up our YouTube viewership. MOXC, so wow, 14.15, that was a gap up, gap down in reverse. Some of these are very, very quick. Okay, there's GME on the way down. Okay, I actually thought I had a, I'm gonna stick an alert at the top here. So we've got some China stocks. Just look at this: ZH, EDU, Fin, V, Tiger. IN is not a China stock. Okay, now again, as usual, things are very whippy in the first 15, even the first 30 minutes. And so if you're new to trading, I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world you can do is to just sit out for a while, let things kind of settle down a little bit. All right, guys, PRVB finally took out 1030 again, and on the way down, this is a gap up and reverse. Following, I mean, listen, you know, PRVB and some of these stocks that we see in the pre-market, these are more like alpha stocks, not usually tracking what the market's doing. But this is a big red candle. I mean, we have gone negative now. Dow, SPY is just barely up. That's a big red candle. There goes PRVB. Now look at the reversal for EDU with this market. Okay, GOGL is a gap down and go. There's the pre-market lows are down here. They're on 987. Look at PRVB, guys. This is I ended up finally taking that one. PRVB. Let's see how well it goes underneath 10. Okay, in case you're wondering what I'm talking about, there was the alert at 1029. This is a gap up and reverse. It sort of, for a little bit, it was just kind of chopping around. When it took out 1030 again, that's where I pounced on it. Now I'm just waiting to see how much under 10 it can go. I'm not trying to short it. I've shorted it. I'm just waiting to see how well it holds under 9 or under 10. I've just covered some, guys. Just covered some at 94. Yeah, because I mean, it did have news, and it was pretty positive, I guess. Is the initial reaction. Remember, I'm not telling anybody to do what I do. I'm just pointing out what I'm looking at. You can have my scans. You can make up your own mind. I'm not talking to you specifically, Homer, but you make up your own mind if what I'm saying makes sense to your trading plan. Okay, here's a ARCE, guys. This is an earnings play, actually. Don't know too much about them. What do they do? Educational. Is this out of China? No, it's a Brazil. No, that's why I don't know anything about them. ARCE. It's an earnings play. Well, I mean, if it can hold on, I mean, yeah, when I talk about, I mean, you're late now. I mean, the only thing I would say is if it gets down under 10 again, it breaks down under 10 again, takes out that little low there, about 990. I mean, you can just see. I mean, this is where it could go. I'm not saying it's going to go down to 8, but how much room it has to the downside, I just look left and see where the next low, where the next highs are. But I always have to recognize this had news that popped it up. I mean, that news is still in theory out there. Well, not it is out there. So, traders can get involved again, of course. All right, PIRS, what are you doing? PIRS, coming into my watch list, 248. Now, here's the issue, 259. What do we see on the daily chart? We see that green line, that is the 200-day moving average. So it's right into the 200-day moving average. Will it take it out? Yeah, so look at the rebound. Now, for PRVB, I may look at it again if it takes out 10, but it looks like it wants to rebound. Though I'm going to stick on alert around 984, see if it takes that out later on. Totally out of it now. There was a quick trade for me. On to the next. Yeah, so we've got a little bit choppy action. Look at EDU. I mean, up, down, up. So pretty choppy action for EDU. Probably the same with TAL. Probably looking the same. Yep. All right, some volume coming into PRFX. PRFX as in xylophone. And the next high is looking left. It's approaching those highs looking left. Way above the channel. If you know what I'm talking about, here's my trading view chart. You can see there's the channel, so it's way above it. This is not shortable for me though. So this is a gap down and go, GOGL. A little bit spotty looking on the daily. You can always tell when it's a foreign company. So they're out of Bermuda, or at least on another registered in a foreign country. Look at a daily chart. You can usually see little gaps all over the place. Okay, guys, there it is. The 200-day moving average, PIRS, is now just sneaking above it. The next level is, around that 3 level. I mean, we got 289, a couple of highs on the daily chart, right around that 289 level. I mean, I think it might be suspect right up here also. Was that SCPS, William? Is that the one you're talking about? The one that spiked up? I don't know if you had an answer for that. This is the bio that went crazy. Not shortable for me, so. Oh, this stupid one. IHT is still doing its thing. All right, guys, so what I'm looking at here, just again, watching what the market's doing. So we had that big red second 15-minute candle in the SPY, big red bar. Now we're getting a starting of a green bar anyway. This is definitely different from yesterday. Okay, so NGM had the big down day yesterday. It did have a bit of a rally and closed off. It's up a little bit today. For all the reasons why it got slammed yesterday, they're still in effect. So I'm just kind of watching this. This is on my gap up and reverse. So I think the key is if it can take out 17. I mean, look at what it did yesterday afternoon and after hours this morning. Just kind of basing right around 17. I think if I'm going to stick an alert around 1681 and see if it takes it out a little bit later. This got down to 1555 yesterday. I'm talking about the NGM. How's gold doing? I know that's the trade of the week. I don't know if it triggered. It didn't trigger yesterday. No, it still hasn't triggered. Not shortable. Yeah, that's TLC is not shortable. This is a gap up and reverse also. Yeah, I mean, we've been in a short the pops market for a long, long time, it seems. Very few of these. I mean, like you don't expect something to keep going up all day long, but what you don't want to see is, choppy action like this. A little bit of a rest, a little move, a little rest, maybe a little pullback, a rest, move. We're seeing so much though like this. Nothing wants to hold. Yeah, as far as an airline is concerned, definitely. I mean, you want to do an analysis. I mean, okay, look at JBLU, okay? Look at it. So, pandemic, pandemic, recovery. Basically, right from where it started, when the pandemic started, okay? Contrast that to, say, United Airlines, okay? Pandemic, it's recovering, but nowhere near the high. Delta, pandemic, I mean, it's getting closer, but it's not near the high. American Airlines was getting beaten up before anyway. So it's hard to really gauge this one. But JetBlue certainly, though, is right back up at the pandemic levels. If I were going to swing this one, I'd probably wait, though. I don't think there's any rush. I'd probably wait, if it took out 22 or something. It may. I don't think it's not appearing on my scan. I mean, obviously, it is a gap down and reverse. It's just that it's not appearing on my scan. And the reason being is that some of the filters, like the relative volume, is not high enough. I think even the volume is not high enough. Doesn't mean it's not a good gap down in reverse, but it's not appearing in my scan. Another SPAC? Is this another SPAC? Yeah, I haven't seen this one for a while. This RSVA. Well, as somewhat predicted, PIRS struggled. It got a little bit above the 200-day moving average, but it's struggling to really maintain it. The PIRS. Still have an alert set down here for PRVB. If I might reshort it if it takes out those lows, 979. Why? Because it has a lot of room. It could keep moving down. Actually, I didn't look at Save. That's another airline, of course. How is it done since the pandemic? Not bad. I mean, it's getting close. It's getting close also. About $5 away or so from the highs here when the pandemic started. But JetBlue definitely is the star. Well, I always wait, LD. I mean, I never. These are just ideas. Always just ideas. So I try to analyze. I mean, obviously, like the Google, the GOGL, you get an alert at 10. Well, will it break 10? Really break 10? There are the lows. It did get down to 986. I'm looking at the daily charts. Where could it go? The next low looking left is 969. I wish that weren't there. Number one. I mean, it's not that. It's if you took the short at 998 and it got down to 969. I mean, that's a good percentage run. I'd rather not see that there though. I'd rather see a clean shot down to the 920s. So at this point, that's why I sort of back off it. But the PRVB was really interesting to me because I mean, especially this big topping tail. I mean, it's a big sell-off. But did it last? No. I mean, I was really hoping it would continue all the way down, maybe to the mid 850s or so. It didn't get it. It's hard though. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's no hard and fast rule. I'm looking at Ride. It is a gap. It is a gap down in reverse, but it's also an earnings play. I mean, so it's got beaten up by earnings or the reaction to. So for the reasons it's down. I mean, they're still valid, right? I'd rather see a gap down and reverse with something that doesn't have any specific news to it. Maybe it's reacting to the market. And, if the market recovers, it can recover, things like that. Well, I don't know about IN. I mean, look, I wish I'd kept a closer eye on it, no pun intended, because that was a great short. I mean, it's not reacting well. I mean, yeah, it had a huge spike up to almost $7. I mean, it's pulled back a lot, on a percentage basis. So even though this is a phase three, I mean, usually phase three, you don't see these giant pullbacks. See, this is one that I would have liked, the ANPC, but it's just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Had the alert at 513, breaking down below 5. Has a little bit of room, but it's just not shortable for me. Yeah, PRVB is, I mean, it had news. I mean, and listen, I mean, this could gain a lot of traction still. I mean, look at the volume that came in. 51 million in the float. It's traded 23 million. This will easily trade the float today. It's traded almost half the float. I mean, this for me, this is a huge miss for me. The MOXC gap down in reverse. MOXC 14.15, 15 not it's tacked on $1. Now, was it easy? No, because look at the 5-minute chart. So that arrow there is telling you where the alert happened. So it did get up to what 15, pulled all the way down, to 1340, and then it's moved up again. Now, had I been able to get into this one, I would have obviously taken a lot off right around here. But look at this. I mean, the MOXC. Trading is not easy. And why would you want this one in the first place? Well, you just have to look left too. Look at all the room. But, I'm not trying to say this would have been easy. Look at the volume that came in right here though. Why do we get moves like this? Look at the volume. All about volume, guys. Ooh, PRVB right back down. Wow. PRVB right back down. I mean, this is whippy as heck also. Very whippy. I mean, guys, just got up to 11. This is a 2-minute chart. Up to 11, back down like a drop of over 10% in a heartbeat. Just like that. And it's interesting because, I mean, it's not a super low float, 51 million in the float. Well, you certainly cannot walk away. Yeah, 38,000 shares available right now at Interactive Brokers for PRVB. But it's hanging around that 10 level. Yeah, you probably meant 392, Poe, not 292. For a VSTM. Yeah, AMC and GME after the big pullbacks. On the move again. AMC, GMC. How is the KOSS doing? KOSS. Do they have a hold of this one? Sort of, but not really. Where will you find... Wow, PRVB, guys. Big decision for me now. What do you mean, where will you find alerts? I don't understand the question. Do you have trade ideas? Well, this is not a... I will talk about... Okay, if you're in the room because you're looking for alerts... Yeah, if you're looking for alerts, my telling you what to buy and sell, yeah, that's not that type of room. I will throw out some ideas from the scans that I get, and if it meets your trading plan, what I'm talking about, then so be it. If it doesn't, then you pass. This is more about, a lot of ideas are generated within the room, not just from myself, and also how to use our software to find ideas. So if you're talking about where you like, how do you get these alerts? Yes, you have to be a subscriber. And let me just, what time is it? 10, wow, 10:21 already. Fast morning so far. So I should put this in. The promo code is still alive and kicking. I'm going to put this in. 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. All right, guys, so there is the promo code. Okay, there it is. Oops, where did I put it? Give me a moment here. Okay, so there is the promo code that you can use. Test Drive 25 for 25% off the first month only, okay, only, or the entire year. It'll definitely be active at least until 11:59 p.m. tomorrow night, Eastern time, okay? So if you click on my link, my homepage link, it's right there. Also, here's the tab. Then obviously do not use this promo code. Use the Test Drive 25. This is how much Trade Ideas will cost. That'll get you 25% off, okay? So we have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly, premium and standard. So the premium annual would be $22.68 a year minus that 25%. The standard would be $10.60, and this is how you do it. You can click on purchase, and you just get the promo code in here. Okay, oops, all in caps. Yeah, I already. All right, I guess I must have my caps key on. There we go. So, all in caps, Test Drive 25. And that's how much, so you get a $567 off the premium annual, okay? Now, the big difference between premium and standard is the AI. I'll go over the AI in a little bit. Now, you don't have to start off with an annual subscription. In fact, this is what I would do. You're unsure of this product, don't take an annual, because I mean the refund, after 5 days there's no refund. So don't take an annual. You can always start off with a monthly subscription. $118, $228, you'll get the 25% discount for the first month only. But if you decide that you want to upgrade and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 25% promo. Okay? Otherwise, if you stay on an annual or a monthly, then this is what you'll pay going forward. So the discount only applies to the first month. Holy smokes, look at GameStop now. They're 191, guys. Yeah, so that is the AI, okay? That is the AI in terms of entry and exit signals. I'm going to go over that in a little bit. So more information from my homepage. Get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video around noon Eastern. These are all free, of course. all the scans I'm sharing. Here's my layout that you see, plus individual scans. So you might have your own layout. You don't necessarily want my layout. So you can take a look at the individual scans that I've created. Education, if you take out a subscription, I really recommend that you take a look at the 20 lessons. It tells you all about how to create a top list, alert windows, down here, but introduction to the AI, okay? A lot of information on my homepage. That's why I always say save my link so you can take a look at all this information when you want to. You don't have to do it, while you're in the trading room. You'll hear me refer to a YouTube room. I monitor a YouTube room at the same time. It's exactly the same. They hear me, they see my screen, but I take a break at around noon. One of the other traders takes over. Today it'll be Steve Gomez. He'll take over between 12 and 1. Before I leave, before I take my break, I'll pop the YouTube room or the link so you can take a look at it if you want to. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time, all free. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. More information about our AI, the Holly, what we nickname Holly. Back to basics. You're new to trading. 36 short videos. What is a stock? Okay, can't get any more basic than that. And then introduction to charts and candlesticks, etc. Great little video series that was put together by Michael Noss of Trade Ideas. Trading ebooks that we've got. So a lot of information. My homepage. Give me a moment here as I rearrange something. All right, now, wow, look at FINV now, just giving it, wow, look at this. It went negative. Not only did it give it up, it actually went negative. This is a gap up and reverse. Wow, this is really, what's Tiger doing? What the heck is Tiger doing? Is it doing something similar? No, it's giving it up, but FinV just absolutely gave it up. All right, what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. markets. This is an example of a scan I put together called Basic New Highs and Lows. You right-click, configure. You'll see these are the filters that I'm using. This is what I'm looking for. Stocks between 1 and 2. Remember now, these scans you see here, these are ideas. Doesn't mean when I see an alert, I hop into the trade. These are ideas. So I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 4, which means it's trading at least 4 times normal. Minimum of 400,000 shares, etc. Okay, this is the whole idea though. You start off with filters. And then if a stock meets these filter requirements and makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay, that's why I'm seeing these stocks. That's why I saw these stocks early. That's why we're seeing FinV right now. Okay. Now, as a company, we decided that most people do not want to have to learn a programming language. So what we did is we put together what we feel are enough alerts and filters. These are the alerts, all the alerts. And here are all the filters. Here are all the filters that we have. So we feel we have enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our customers, you can put together, you can combine them to give you the types of scans that you're looking for. Okay, so you do not have to know or learn a programming language to use Trade Ideas. You can use Trade Ideas with any broker. I'm going to go over this Brokerage Plus window in a bit, but don't want to mislead anybody. We're a scanner, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, if you're starting out, you know, you noticed when you go to my homepage, you see I have a scan section. So I'm sharing a lot. I'm sharing my layout. I'm sharing a lot of individual scans. We also have a channel bar. You click on New, Channel Bar, and these are all themed channels. Stocks surging, stocks trending, explosive winners. These are all themed channels, okay? They're all layouts. You can take a look at these, so you don't even have to know how they were created. We created them for you. But, you know, if you look at momentum as an example, let's take a look at the momentum channel. So here's an example, okay? So we take a look at this, Momo. If you right-click Configure, you'll see what the filters are. So, you know, looking for stocks between 1 and 50, current volumes at least 3, etc., etc. Okay, now you can take this though. This is what we put together. But if you looked at this and you thought, you know what, I'd rather have a different price range. You know, maybe I wanted a minimum of 10. Click on the summary, you'll see how that has been changed, etc. So you could either add a filter or you could just keep it exactly this way. Okay, and you could right-click, save or share to the cloud, because what happens is, here's, okay, let's go to the EV, okay? So you can kind of see what you can do. You can take a look at a scan, say, I might want to take a look at that. I might want to make some check, want to take a look at that. You right-click and save to the cloud. Then you can start to build your own layout. You know, you might have a layout that you like, but you might say, okay, I want to bring those two back from the cloud. File, load from cloud. You notice they're right here. Oh, this one is right there, Momo. You just load it. Now you can add it. Here it is. You can add it to your layout if you want. So all I'm saying is that, you know, with our channels, you can actually extract different windows without knowing how they were created in the first place and create a layout out of them. Now the AI, somebody asked about, so this is what the AI is all about. You're presented with an entry price, you have a stop. How you trade them will be up to you, but that's what we were talking about. These are the AI alerts today. All you have to do, if you have our premium service, this is how I would use it. I wouldn't worry about anything else. I wouldn't worry about whether it's Neo, Grail, 2.0. I wouldn't worry about what the strategies are that they're coming from. All I would do is click on New from our toolbar, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you see. Use it like a watch list all day long. You know, sometimes the AI might be a little early in getting into a trade. It might come back. Sometimes it stalls. You can always get back in, or you can get in. You miss it the first time. So I use it like a watch list. And I would take this window and I would incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay? I do share my layouts, yes. Well, my layout. I don't share my layouts, but I do share my layout that you see. Okay, just go to the scan section and at the top you'll see it'll say Barry's layout, okay? Now I'm going to talk about this window that you see here called a Brokerage Plus. If you have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, then you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your account. Not mandatory. If you want to use it, it's there for you. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can still use trade ideas, okay? It just means you cannot use this window to trade from within trade ideas. That's all it is. The link that I've just put in, there are two videos. The first video shows you how you can connect to your E-Trade or Interactive Brokers account. The second video goes into a lot more detail, a lot more advanced, how you can do things like this, create your own buying and shorting scenarios. I don't go in any detail in this room. The video is pretty self-explanatory, okay? And how you would do it? Well, you can click on the alert. You'll notice the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares. This is the most manual way. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, you sell. If you're going long, you buy. You can put stops in. You can put targets, the whole bit. And again, you can make it a little more fancy by actually creating what we call one-click trading. And that is, again, watch that second video and it'll show you how to do all that. Now, the second big use of this is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, I cannot recommend more highly than you practice trading first before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy. Okay, so practice trading first. Now, this is only available if you're using our app, or downloadable application, not available if you're using our web-based version. It uses, you just click on the simulation, and it uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay, it doesn't matter who your broker is, it uses our real-time data. Yeah, that just, if you're talking about alerts, this is just color-coded. Yeah, I mean, if you right-click, go to properties and select colors, then, you can just follow this. You can create your own, there's a foreground and background. This is just what I'm using, okay? So basically in an alert window, just right-click, properties, select colors, okay? And for bullish alerts, bearish. And again, this is just you can combine it any way you want. This is just foreground and background. So, I always like to demonstrate how you can use this as a pullback. Okay, so you want to take a trade, but you don't want to take it, right when you get the alert. Maybe you want to wait for a while. Maybe if it pulls back to a certain level, you want to take the trade. So let's take a look at IPOE, just as an example, as it's starting to pull back. But maybe you wanted it to pull back all the way down to here before you want to take that trade. So it's pretty simple. Just pick how many shares you want to trade. Put the price in. I think I'm going to say 2030. Click the buy button and notice a big blue line appears on the chart. So if IPOE, it's down to 2030, it'll take the trade. You could have also done it the reverse. If you thought, there's a resistance area above that it broke through, you could have put those two prices above, and then a blue line would have appeared above. Now, talk a little bit about money management. Very important when you're starting out trading. When you get into a trade, they're not all going to work. So you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work. Now that is where, practicing is going to come in, because, that's probably the most difficult aspect of it. Well, where do I put that price? Well, it's a matter, for me anyway, sizing up the charts where I think there could be a support area, so that if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. And that's the only, that's only going to come with experience. In that video series that I showed you, in the education section towards the bottom where it says the 36 vids, I think there's a whole section on, support and resistance. You can watch that, but nothing, experience is going to be paramount here, okay? So let's just say I wanted to take this ride trade, take it right now. What's the spread like? 852. Okay, this is what I just want to, I know I say this every day. I want to make the math super simple. I'm going to buy it. Okay, took the trade at 852. Now, ahead of time, I would have known where my stop is. I'm going to put the stop at 832, not necessarily because that's where it makes sense to put it. I want to make the math easy. Notice the line appears, the red line appears on the chart. So if it goes down to 832, it'll take me out for an approximate $100 loss. Why $100? Well, first of all, there's the second aspect. When you get into trading, okay, you might start to get an idea about where your stop should be. But the next thing is, okay, if I get stopped out, how much money am I actually willing to lose on this trade or risk on the trade? So, I mean, if your account size is $5,000, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So let's just say your account size, you can risk $100 a trade. That's why I did it all like this to make the math super simple. Notice my entry was 852. My stop is 832. That is 20 cents away. So if I'm willing to risk $100 a trade, I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. Because you don't go into trading thinking, well, I'll take 500 shares every trade, 100 shares every trade, okay? Your trade size should be dictated, in my opinion, on the difference between your entry and your stop. And you take that difference, you divide it in how much you're willing to risk on the trade. If it's $100, in this particular case, it's 500. So that's why, just to make the math super simple, I don't know, but it's the best trade today, but it certainly is a nice gap up. Okay, I'll give you that. So now the next big thing, though, of course, which comes into play, so say you spent a couple of months, you've been practicing in our simulator, you're getting the hang of it a little bit, you're figuring out, I think I'm getting used to where I should be putting my stops. You practice, you obey your stops, of course, in the simulator because it's not real money. And then all of a sudden, you're ready to take your first trade. You get into your first trade and it starts working against you. So now the next key thing, obeying your stops. It's really hard. It's really hard. You get into a trade, you think, maybe you don't say it's got to work, but you're hearing good things. It looked like a great setup. You're hearing good chatter about it, the whole bit. And it doesn't work. It's starting to move into your stop. So you start reducing your stop. That's what I did. I just reduced my stop down to 817. If it continues down there, now I'm at $176, but you still don't obey your stop. You can see where I'm going with this. You can start reducing your stop, not obeying it. Now instead of that $100 manageable loss, it's starting to turn into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and you sell it and you kick yourself because you didn't obey your stop. How to counteract that? Well, if you have trade ideas and an IB account or E-Trade account, then you can do this right on the chart and just allow it to happen. Takes all the emotion out of the trading. If you don't have IB or Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, your broker will have a way in which you can put in a stop that an auto stop. Okay, can't emphasize it enough to obey your stops. But it's going to happen. I guarantee that the first few trades you take, that you won't obey your stop. You won't believe it. You just think, well, I probably put my stop too tight. Hopefully it doesn't go on and on and on and destroy your account. Now, the other worst thing that can happen is not obeying your stop, and then lo and behold, it pops on you. And you go, oh, thank goodness I did not obey my stop. Look how much money I'm making on this. That's probably the worst thing that can happen. It gives you a false sense of security. And it will happen. Of course it will happen. You'll see many times where you'll be stopped out and then, soon after, it may work for you. It may start to run for you and you kick yourself. Now, here's the thing. You can always get back into the trade. For all the reasons why you got into the trade the first time, they may set up again. maybe when you got into the trade, it was a little earlier, or maybe the market was starting to work against you. There's lots of reasons why it may not work. But maybe later on it sets up and it will work. Well, if you're wondering how the wheat stocks are popping, it's probably mainly, well, I mean, it may be about Massachusetts, but also Goldman and Wedbush put a big, no, I'm sorry, it was not Goldman and Wedbush. It was, no, that was Shake Shack. It was, don't know who these guys are really. MK, I mean, it must have some following because it has definitely moved because of it. MKM, and they put a $55 price target. So I think that is what is really helping a lot of the cannabis plays. Yeah, checking your ego, guys. Checking your ego when you're trading. You cannot be obstinate and stubborn. And this must work. This must work. And turning these like a manageable loss into a far, far bigger loss. So that's why practice, practice, practice. We've got a great simulator here. It's real-time data. And the other thing is, if you practice trading using our simulator or any simulator, if you practice trading and you cannot make money in the simulator, I'll almost guarantee you will not make money when it comes to your if you start trading. Well, first of all, if you can't make money, until you can start making money, you shouldn't start using real money. Number one. But if you can't and you say, well, I'll try anyway, it's almost guaranteed you will not make money. Now, the other thing though is that just because if you do make money, there's still no guarantee that once you start trading your money, you'll make money, because emotions when you start to see your P&L with your real money whipping up and down, it becomes highly emotional. So I'm not trying to dissuade anybody from trading, but this is not easy and it takes time, like anything else. Well, only if it sets up KK. Okay, Guillaume, let me just put this in the room. It's on my home page. Okay, I'm just gonna. Somebody asked for my layout, so it's on my home page. I just put my home page link and go to the scan section. Okay, when you go to the scan section, right at the very top, you'll see my layout. It's called Barry's layout. I try in terms of the pronunciation. Okay, guys, give me a moment. What time is it? 10:49. I'll be right back. Also, anybody who is in the YouTube room, I mean, we do have two rooms, okay? So there's the YouTube room, and then this is what I call the main trading room. I call it the main trading room because it's a little more active. Well, a lot more active, more traders in here, more ideas generated, easier for me to hand out links, etc. You don't have to come in here. You want to stay in the YouTube room, that's fine. But I will put the link for the other room, for the what I call the main room. Again, you don't have to come in this room, but if you're looking for a little more action, then I'll just put the link in. LEDs is not shortable for me, no. LEDs is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. It may have been earlier, but it is not now. Too bad. Yeah, wow, this is a lot of volume coming in. Now look at that, 2.4 million in the float, so it's going to, well, it's just trading the float right now. You know it's the main room, or you know it is. You can't kid me. And just got halted. Let's just got halted. Ooh, you just shorted it? Oh, you really were? Oh, okay. No, this is the main room, yeah. So let's just got halted, and oh boy, this is going to be a. No, maybe not. Maybe not. I'm just looking at the time at the bid ask. It's sort of jumping around now. At one point, it said 12.12, but it's now 10.60, 10.60. No, Kyle, you're like, don't go anywhere, okay? This is the main trading room, okay? This is what it looks like. This is the YouTube room, okay? It's just not as active. It is exactly the same. I mean, they hear me and they see my screen. So you're here, you just stay here. What happens is I do take a break at around noon, and one of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1 to the YouTube room, and I'll put that link in. No point going there now because, in fact, there's a bit of a delay, probably an audio delay. You're a funny man. All right, guys, NGM. Boy, this is looking, I mean, it just went negative now. Just, got beaten up yesterday. Really beaten up badly yesterday. NGM. So this is one of the scans I'm sharing called the halts resumes, okay? Typically these halts are 5 minutes long, a volatility halt. Typically they're 5 minutes long. So if it is, it'll open at 10:57 plus 28 seconds. So another 2.5 minutes or so before this will open if it's a 5-minute halt. Typically they are. Now, PRV has been a bit choppy, but not a bad reshort. It's been a bit choppy for me, but not a bad reshort of it. Let's see. I just want to see if I can really give it up. Well, let's keep our fingers crossed for our friend Zach because I think he shorted it before the halt. And right now, this is what it's stacking up to be. Now, this may not last, of course. 1066, 1066. Before when I first saw it, it said 1212. So yeah, I know you went short the pre-halt. Yes, it's not shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. So I cannot do anything about that anyway. All right, well, let's see. 57, so I'll keep this up here and let's see if this is actually, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. It's another little over 10 seconds. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom! There we go. So it did get up to, it's up to 11 now. Yeah, I'm just looking to see if I can see any specific news about it. I don't see any specific news about it. Yeah, the volume is, well, volume, of course, right there, huge. But like most things, I mean, these won't last forever, of course. The next high looking left was 1242. I mean, I would have been interested in shorting it also, but again, no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, yeah, there's my ride trade in the simulator. So just a note on this too, okay? So there's the max P&L. So had I got out exactly, at the very high here when I was in this, with the 500 shares, that's the max I could have made, okay? At this point, my open is 53, okay? I want to show you something here. These are hotkeys, okay? So if I want to get out of the trade, I just flatten it. So I close it for a $36 gain, whoop-de-doo, right? At one point, it was up 118. So if you're trading, probably shouldn't allow that to move so far against you. I'm not saying you can, anybody can get out right at the absolute penny, to the high of the day when you're in the trade, but probably I like to keep these columns here open. I mean, obviously max P&L, but the closed P&L. The other one though is the distance from the exit price. That's a very cool one also, because now this is going to tell me, okay, you got out at 860, still sitting at 860. What you'd love to see now is a big negative number, as this rolls on, because what that would mean is that, okay, you got out at 860 and it really dropped from there. I mean, obviously, if you went long, that would mean that was a great exit. What you don't want to see is a big positive number, because that means that, oh man, I exited too soon. So this can give you a bit of a gauge on how good your exits are. Okay, and these are columns. If you don't have these columns, you can just add them. Just right click on columns, and everything is in alphabetical order, so you can just add them if you want. Don't have to, but I do find them very valuable. It's sort of giving me an idea about how good have my exits been. You just got to be aware of this 200-day moving average for peers, PIRS. Okay, so Marine One, you should be looking at news. Okay, now we have a news tab. I'm not. Yeah, there it is. I mean, jumps on collaboration with Genentech. You know, there's news. So you want to become a, and again, I'm not just picking on you, but I mean for everybody, you know, because we get the question a lot: why is this thing moving? What's happening? Why? You know, you want to become a trader, you should be able to somehow either A, if you have our program, you click on news. If you don't see it here, then you might have to do a little more scouring. You know, I have my IB headline news that I always look at too if I don't see any news from our news tab. And 9 times out of 10, you'll see the news. You'll see the reason. Now, a lot of times you won't. There will be, you won't see anything, and there is no reason. You know, it's just going up because. But in this particular case, there is a definite reason why PIRS is having the day it's having in the 93 million shares. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, now, okay, it looks like it is going to leave this 200-day behind. The next level, the next tough level will be the 3 level. You know, I mean, 289. I mean, just look at the weekly chart. Look, I mean, look, it'd be way better, a lot more confidence inspiring, shall we say, if all this weren't here. You know, if there was a clear shot when you look left, you know, maybe next high looking left on a weekly chart was about 4. NGM guys, short is starting to work. Somebody said they couldn't short NGM. Notice I had a price alert set for myself. Nice short Zach. Zach cannot hear me. All right. I mean, guys, I mean, look, I may be very wrong. I mean, this may just blow right through all this, but Urban is an earnings play, guys. So this has just gone negative. Okay, I didn't see this in the pre-market at all. Really didn't have that. In fact, there was no pre-market action at all for Urban. Very strange. I mean, it's a big company. I mean, it's a known company, shall I express it like that. Urban is moving down though. URBN. So you notice what I did with the NGM? Oops. Just give me a moment. So our price alerts. Really simple to use. Very, very simple to use. Just one moment, please. So I put a price alert here at 1681. Why did I put a price alert there? Because I think, no, well, I know why. Because first of all, I wanted it to break 17, okay, below that whole number. But why am I interested? Because look where it got down to yesterday, 1560. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that's the next kind of low looking left. It got beaten up. Yeah, it did rally a little bit, but so using our price alerts is a way so you don't have to keep staring at a chart all day long. It's really simple to do. You just go to the chart and say I want to put a price alert just, what is it, 1655. So I want to show you how this could work. 1650, I'm going to put it at 1653. Maybe we'll get lucky and it'll okay, so when you minimize your price alerts window and you start it from here, click on new, and then here's our, where are you? Price alerts window. So you don't have to have it up and running. I mean, you have to have it up and running, but you don't. But you can minimize it. Okay, so it doesn't have to dump, especially if you don't have a lot of screen space. But I don't. I used to have it up and running all day long. For me, it's just not necessary. But what'll happen? There you go. You see what happened? It popped up on my screen. It'll be right at the top because that's how I sorted it on the last triggered column. And it'll change colors a little bit. I also have an audible alert, just by playing the sound, etc. I do that because, sometimes I wander away from my computer. I've got a wireless headset on, so if I hear that sound alert, I can come racing back in. So, I mean, our price alerts are really, really simple to use. Yeah, I mean, this will probably now trade the float 3 times. 103 million already. There's the float, 48 million. So, I mean, I easily is going to trade 150 million shares today. Well, there's the float. 48 million are in the float. It's traded 104 million. So there is the float. 48 million is already traded 104 million shares. So it's more than double the float. It's turned the float over twice already. The float is the available number of shares that can be traded any given day. So with all the buying and selling activity that's taking place, it's already traded 105 million shares today. So when you see that's what will happen. You see you don't often see something with 48 million, trading the float, to be honest, okay? I mean, you see it, but you don't see it that often. Typically, when we talk about trading the float, or when you see a stock that has really traded the float multiple times, it's because they've got very, very few shares in the float. 5, 6 million shares in the float. See if I can find an example of one. Is a clock available on Trade Ideas? No. I'll say no. All right, guys, so this just launched. This is one of those SPACs. I haven't seen too many new ones lately, but this just launched. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking, I mean, if you're wondering, sometimes you hear me say, okay, this has got, a 15-minute candle, it's got 3 minutes to close. I'm just looking at my interactive broker's clock, that's all. Be nice, guys. Yeah, typically you take the total number of shares outstanding and then you start subtracting. How many do the insiders own? How many do mutual funds own? You start subtracting because those are typically, those shares are not, you're not able to trade those shares any given day. So that's, you start subtracting and that gets you the float. That's why when you see something that has 2.9 billion in the float, I mean, why doesn't Facebook move very much? Okay? I mean, for Facebook, that's a big move, 1%. That's a big move for Facebook. But look, it's got 2.3 billion in the float. So unless Facebook has some gigantic news, maybe an earnings release or some gigantic news, you're not going to get 20, 30, 40% moves for Facebook. It's just the trading activity, every time I buy, so I buy and then I sell and you buy and I mean, so the float is just the available number of shares that can be traded, but you can turn that float over because of the buying and selling activity all day long. All right, guys, I'm just kind of what time is it? 11:14. See, I just put that alert. See, I mean, if you're not using our price alerts, you're doing yourself a disservice. So easy to do. Next level down here. I mean, look, keep going right on. I do this just kind of for fun, see if I can induce it downwards. This is just, that's a joke. I cannot induce it downwards, okay, but by putting in price alerts. But the mother lode, yes, Ija, mother lode. Look at this thing. Look at this thing moving. Lode, Lode. Don't see any news on it specifically. I know it's an Amex stock. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:15. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, guys. So this is really starting to work well now. This NGM short, NGM, not MGM, NGM short. I mean, that's what you want to see. Look at the 15-minute chart. Not too whippy. Not too whippy on the 2-minute chart. Certainly not whippy on the 5-minute chart. Whippy meaning, you know, you don't see some giant, all of a sudden, some giant green candles whipping you out of the trade. All right, guys. Now this PIRS is right into this resistance level. Let's see what it does here. I mean, look, if it can take, well, I don't know what it's going to do, but MU, Micron, what did it do here? I do not see any specific reason for this moving down. Or how are the rest of the chips doing? And PRV is inching its way down. Not super dynamic, but I mean it still has that little attraction down here, guys. I mean, well, you know, I mean Genentech is a huge name, so I mean that is the obviously that is the reason why this is having all this volume. Well, guys, with what's happening with the market right now, I mean, obviously, you know, be aware of your longs, unless it's a really, you know, an alpha stock that doesn't really care what the rest of the market's doing. But we're definitely, I mean, look what's happening with the SPY. We had a kind of a rest for about an hour right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6. So we had a rest right here after the big move down, and now we're moving down again. So, you know, this, if you're wanting to short, I mean, this is going to obviously help shorts. You know, I'm not saying that NGM is being helped because of the market. NGM had bad news yesterday. And this is just, you know, for all the reasons why it went down yesterday, they're still in effect. Now, my big thing is, can it take out that whole number of 16? The low yesterday was 1563. So, I mean, we're getting closer and closer. Oh, man, PRVB now is starting to work its way down gently. Yeah, I mean, I use a 15-minute just because it keeps a lot of the whip out. If I had a 1-minute chart, you'd see the SPY up and down. 15-minute is obviously the longer the time frame, you don't get quite as much whip. That's all. I mean, that's what I do. I mean, people can use a 5. They can use anything they want, but that's just what I do. So again, gap up and reverse, NGM. Now I did not take it at 1704. I always like to see a whole number being broken. But this has turned out to be an excellent one. Just a minute, please. I got to change my headset. Just give me a moment, please. Just give me a moment, please, guys. I'm having a difficulty connecting my headset. Just give me a moment. All right, sorry about this, guys. I'm just having a difficulty connecting my headset. I don't know why. So I'm just having to play around with this. Well, hopefully this is not the same issue I had before with Bluetooth. All right, stopgap is working right now. Okay, so where are we now? We're gonna have two shorts going right now: the PRVB and the NGM. Watching the NGM. Is there a way to save Windows-specific filters? I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. What do you mean by that? Are you talking, maybe you can explain a little bit more? Is there a way to save Windows-specific filters? Are you talking about creating an alert window, and when you have your alert window created, you want the same filters in virtually all of them? Is that what you mean? So if that's what you're talking about, then this is what you can do. So for instance, you can create an alert window, and if you know, I mean, there's some obvious things. You probably want the time, you want the symbol, you probably want the price, probably want the volume, okay? Things like that. So these are the columns, maybe relative volume. So you can create an alert window with all of these in, and if you knew all the time, no matter what alert window you were going to create, that you always wanted to see a certain price range, let me go to this one that's maybe a little bit easier to explain. So for instance, you may always have a price range you want. You may always have a minimum volume you want, things like that. So you can set up, and then also with the columns, you might have, you know, all the columns that you know you always want to have. Once you do that, then you just do this. You just file, right click, save as default. Okay? So that means then the next time you create an alert window or a top list window, all the columns that you normally want, all the filters that you normally want will be there. Man, look at this one on the way down. VKTX. All right, well, there was the little struggle for PIRS to get through 3, so far anyway. Kind of right in this area. So guys, check this out, the ride. So where I got out, it is 34 cents underneath where I got out. So that would be, something you'd want to see. I'd want that number to be a little closer, the close, a little bit closer to the max. I mean, what you don't want to see is, have a max P&L of say 500, and when you exit, you're out for only 36. I mean, you're not managing your exits very well if that's the case. That's why practice, practice, practice. Be right back. Looking at Vodafone here, VOD. Yeah, it showed up in the option scan, but I don't know. It's a big float, 2.9 billion in the float. It's going to take a bunch to move it. What did it get to? The alert was at 1844, got up to 18. Nothing really fantastic. Wow, look at NGM, guys, now breaking down through that 16. Boy, could it take out yesterday's low? I was actually surprised I was able to get this short so easily. The reason being is that, it was down way over 10% yesterday. So that uptick rule was still in effect today, but I was able to get a short no problem. Guys, I hear the gardeners. I have to do something. So just a minute. I hear the gardeners are here. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I am back. How is Shake Shack doing? Let me just take a look at Shake Shack after those two big upgrades this morning from Goldman and Wedbush. Boy, the market is continuing to make its way down. Didn't see this at all yesterday. And our, I don't know, our favorite stock, but GME making signs again after that pullback. Boy, it is astonishing, the interest. Okay, load actually is hanging in here now. Load just over $4. What did it get up to? 414 or so. So it's kind of hanging in. You can see where it stalled. 418. What did it get up to? It got up to 415. You just have to kind of look left, and you can see where these potential stall areas are. You just look left on a daily chart. That was the high, 418. So if it can break out over 418, I mean, it's got, then the next big area of resistance would be about 484-ish. No, we have not. You're talking about, trade ideas 5.5, whatever. No, it still has a lot, probably, in my opinion, a long ways to go. I mean, I may be wrong, but there are some bugs that have to be ironed out. I think it has to become a little more user-friendly too. This was, everybody got this big email from Dan Merkin, our CEO, talking about the new changes and all. I mean, they are great, but they still need some work. Have to make it a little more user-friendly. Otherwise, we'll be swamped by people wondering, well, how does this work? All right, guys, so we'll be taking a break just around noon. So I will pop the YouTube link to our YouTube room. You can head over there if you want to. Just around noon. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. So there's probably another 10 minutes or so before he shows up. Well, here's this could be interesting. Maybe going forward, guys, take a look at this Agora API. It's an earnings play. Decent volume, 1.5 million, 3.9 times normal. Oh, this is a China stock, okay. But look where, if it can take out, this is the high, looking left is around $44. I'm not saying it's going to happen today. It may never happen. But you can see if it can take this out, then there's a 200-day is way up here at 50. But look where it came from. And it's trying just today, based on earnings, maybe to take this out and start to attack this area. Yeah, no, I don't know when it's going to be released. We have not released it, no, Eleazar, okay? Or Elazar, we have not released it. There's still some things that have to be really worked on before it gets released. I can't even demonstrate it because there's some things that drive me crazy with it. So I can't even demonstrate it. Now, I'll be in a marketing meeting today at 2 o'clock, and might have a little more insight as to what's happening with it. Yeah, the answer is no, Jeff. The only way you can do it, okay, the only way you can do it is if you are prepared to use an emulation program. Okay, but if you're talking about pure using it on a Mac, no, because you can use it on a Mac, but it's the browser-based version. Consequently, Brokerage Plus and simulation is not available in the browser-based version. So you'd have to be prepared to use an emulator or something like Amazon Web Services, AWS. I can pop a little. This is a podcast that was done a while back by a couple of guys at daytraders who have Macs. I'm not sure you can, Gordon. That's best asked. Go to the homepage. I'm certainly not an expert on that. But it doesn't sound like you can do it. But go ahead and ask that question at the homepage. I think Michael's around. He's in YouTube tomorrow. Yes. Every Wednesday, 12 to 1. Have you tried to do it? If you've tried to do it and it's not working, then you can't do it. It's my gap continuation or reverse. It's called gap continuation or reverse. That's my favorite scan right now. It certainly gives us the most action. Not that I'm looking for hundreds of alerts from it, but especially on the short side, I'm liking it. So are you talking about in Brokerage Plus, you tried to do something after market, Joe? You have to go in, you have to have a limit order. You have to go in limit order. You have to pick a price and go in at that price, okay? So, if you've got your brokerage platform up and running, you can see what the bid ask is typically. Well, not typically, you'll see what the bid ask is. So you have to go in a limit order. You cannot go into market order. And that's just not Brokerage Plus, that's virtually every broker that I'm aware of anyway. All right, guys, I just want to confirm that it is Steve today. Yeah, so again, Gord, I just don't auto trade at all. I mean, that's not quite auto trading, I guess, but it's the one click. I just don't do it. So, yeah, this IPOE, man, oh man. I mean, I mentioned this in the pre-market is something. It didn't have that much volume, but just a a little bit choppy. Not hugely choppy, but this is really one of his best ones in the last little while. I mean, it's $14 not that long ago, couple of weeks ago, 14 to 21, so it's a 50% run. His main Chamath, if you know the guy, IPOE. Yeah, guys, I mean, I'm looking at my gap continuation at reverse, and the longs, I'm just absolutely all over these shorts. I mean, liking the shorts way more than the longs. I don't see this mark. I just don't see big continuation, where I seem to get a lot more continuation on the short side than on the long side. So if you don't want to short, I don't know, you're doing yourself a disservice. Here's how you can practice. All right? You just see what it's all about. All you have to do is just click that big sell button and you're short. You should make sure that shares are available to short, even if you're in the simulator, to make it, something that you could do in reality. So are you talking this? No, all your charts at the same time? Probably not. Well, you could set up a default chart, I guess. You're talking about this, the smart risk level, where you've checked short or, yeah. So I mean, no. I mean, if I'd have to go into each individual chart and do it. There's no way to do it en masse. No. But if I always knew I wanted to be short or long, with that, I would just create a default chart, and typically most people want it long. I mean, there's very few that will have a default as short. All right, guys, so I'm still have a piece of this PRVB. It did pop up a little bit. Don't have that much left. And the NGM, I'm really just wanting to see. I've traded out of this, but I like a piece of it, of course, but just waiting to see if you can really start approaching this low here and take that out later on. So I don't want to give up yet. So there it is, guys. I mean, remember we were saying now this will probably trade the float at least 4 times today. 152 million, 48 million in the float. It's traded 152 million. Just divide 48 into 152 and you'll get the ratio. So you want to see active stocks, you can actually set up something that'll show you that. You know, stocks that are trading the float multiple times. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in now. I'm anticipating Steve is going to show up any time now. Wow, no kidding. Look at that. Look at that volume that came in. I know somebody, I think Zach posted some news release, press release that the company put out. This is it. So a tweet, impossibly intuitive, inside and out, the Lucid user experience makes its global debut at 10 a.m. PDT tomorrow. Okay, so that was your news. That was your little news. That was the reason for the spike. See, that did not show up here, but that showed up in my Interactive Brokers headline. I keep watching that Otley, OTL or Otley, whatever you want to call it, the IPO from 3 days ago. Just seeing if I can take this out. I still have a price alert set up way up here. Boy, GME looks like it wants to take out the high of the day now. The high of the day is right up here, 195. Yeah, guys, I know. I'm just looking at some of the gap up and goes from my scan, and I just don't see continuation. Maybe the gap down in reverse, but certainly not the straight gap up and go. In other words, it gapped up and kept going higher. Not seeing a lot of continuation in those sort of plays. So Steve, when you say you're rolling, does that mean you're in? Just need a confirmation before I stop the stream. Okay, good. Okay. All right, guys. I'll see you guys around 12:40. I'm going to stop the YouTube stream, and Steve Gomez will take over between 12 and 1.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my desktop. Thank you, Barry. We'll go up. Let's put that on mute. Good to know you hear me. Good to know you see me. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday edition. I'm Steve Gomez, user number 3, probably the longest user of trade ideas around, except for the founder and his partner. So good to be with you again on another Tuesday. And whatever it is you guys would like to talk about. I do see Elazar mentioning a little bit about version 5, which we just started teasing. Not available to the users yet, but our next beta version will likely be what we call version 5.5. And really, the only difference is you see we've got some D windows here. D for docked, D docked. So I've been playing with a few of these, and essentially the new version is all about container windows and allowing us to see containers. And you'll see in these containers, they are more or less, hang on a second, oops. Didn't mean to do that. Let's put this back in. These are more or less tabbed windows that can just kind of shuffle around in separate containers. Duplicate into my duplicate here. There we go. And the trick is to just kind of identify these little tabs. As I'm clicking through, they turn yellow, and then the big thing is when you grab a tab and you drag it into the window here, we get this little omnidirectional window sort. So if I use that button, they would split the screen with this new window on top. If I use this button, they would slide side by side. If I use this button, we'll just drop it right there in the bottom section. And then we get an easier way to kind of keep track of things. And so what I've been doing is starting to create some docked windows that have a theme in them. This one being, for the most part, sectors. What else have I done? And again, I've just started to play around with this. Here's the My Liked window. So, I essentially took this window right here and duplicated it into a container window, giving me my 15-minute and my daily, so I can come through and just kind of have a nice little separate window. AMC, let's talk about that one for a second. I did hear Barry talking about GameStop looking ready to go, and I do concur. I very much concur. I would hate to be one of those, well, let's not have any sympathy for those giant hedge funds. I would hate to be an individual thinking that they could short GameStop and not really seeing what's happening here. I'm really seeing a nice attempt to break higher. I'd be nervous if I was shorts in GameStop. I'm not long. However, I am kind of playing. There we go. That's the kind of line we want to draw. That's the breakout. I think that GameStop is in clear sailing here today. I'd be a little nervous if I was a short seller in GameStop. You might be on the wrong side of that one. I am in AMC, and AMC was also literally called out as one of the trades to watch. I've been trying to do this when I can. When I send the trade of the week email out, if there's more than one idea that I don't want to really try and choose from, I'll choose one, and then I'll give some also ran ideas down here. And you can see that I really, really like the way AMC looked going into the weekend. And I am currently long AMC. Bought it back here on Friday. That candle right there. Really nice bounce, and I was hoping that the price would do what I was hoping it would do, and it did, which is essentially a nice push higher. There's our pullback, and it catches this rising 10-day moving average, just like clockwork on those 2 days, Friday and Monday, and held that level. And now we've pushed higher. We've taken out that prior high, and now we've pulled back a little bit, and that gives us the opportunity, or me the opportunity, to try and manage this trade in real time. For whatever reason, I don't think I'm going to take any off today, even though I got my day and a half move. Here's day number 1 here in AMC yesterday, and a half of today is the second half. A lot of times, a good momentum move will give you a day and a half of movement. But then what I start to pay close attention to is if I wanted to take half profits right here, I'm likely going to wait until the 15-minute candle here decides to close and post a closing 15-minute candle under this rising 10 SMA. And as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4 tests here. So this is really, all about how I like to take profits. And even though I'm probably not going to break a rule, but I'm not going to really adhere to what I normally do, I feel like there might be some more meat on this bone, and I'm willing to stay in it for a while. But, this is just a perfect day and a half move, and I'm just watching very closely what's going to happen. It's quite possible that I might reach over and sell half, while I'm doing this webinar if I need to. But that is what I pay attention to when it comes to trying to stay in your winning trades as long as possible. The hardest thing to do to say. The hardest thing they say there is to actually do. Because we're all in fear that we've had a nice move, we've been very patient, we'd like to take some off the table, but we don't want to miss out on maybe a third move into the end of the day, perhaps. Might not happen. Usually a day and a half, as I said, is where the momentum lies. But I'm going to go ahead and roll the dice on this one. I'm going to see if we can bring in some more momentum. And I'm not going to get out of this one too early. But yes, I heard Barry talking about GME. GME and AMC are kind of the same vein. You've got a lot of Reddit users in there and people that just don't want to sell. The diamond hands, as they're calling it. And hey, maybe that'll translate into some bigger movements. All right, so catching up with you guys. Yes, Elizar, that is our 5-minute, that was our version 5, the quick version. I'll talk some more about that probably, maybe later this morning or this afternoon in the webinar this afternoon. Let's do what I also like to do is kind of kick off the session with a bigger market view. I talked a lot in Jamie's webinar yesterday about this 50-day moving average. I mean, that's clockwork, guys. The S&P has hit that 50, and if you want to take a chance down there, you buy at the 50. I haven't been one that's been doing that. I've been more the guy who waits for this kind of consolidation here to say, okay, it looks like we're not going to sell off. It looks like the prices are going to pop back up into play, back above their moving averages as it did here and as it's doing right now. This is where you just got to start to look for more, longer setups. Or, as I did also hear Barry say as I began to take over, shorting. Shorting seems to be where some of the easier money is now, if you know what you're doing and you get the moves you're looking for. Let's just take a quick look at the AI today. All right, the two nicest trades the AI Holly has given us are shorts. So the directional bias of our AI is kind of confirming what we've been talking about for a few weeks here. And I heard Barry say it. Follow through on the long side has been very, very hard to get to multi-day follow through or even all-day follow through. We're getting a lot of choppiness. But on the short side, it looks like these ones had some decent follow through. Let's play the game that I do. Okay, so here is our entry candle pointing downward, which means that's our short entry. And right off the bat, I just say, hey, disregard the red line that the AI gave us as our short selling stop, the place in which we would cover and say we're going to get out of this trade. And why do I say that on this chart? I say that because I always try to preach that I think this 10-period SMA is a much better risk management. Just like we were talking about on AMC, I was watching to see if any of those candles were going to close below my long side trade and see if the momentum is dying. Well, this is the same thing. It's just the inverse. We're looking for prices to go lower. And right now, we're actually going to probably get a little bit of a test here. We got the candles bumping right into our declining 10 SMA. And this would be, if I was in this AI trade, I would say, well, we didn't hit our profit target way down there lower. We're still in the money under the blue line here. And forget that is our stop. This is our stop. So the minute we get a candle that closes above that moving average, that becomes our stop. What do we got? 11 minutes after the hour. So we got 4 minutes to go or so, roughly, to see if this little bounce up here in this green candle is going to actually try and close above that moving average. So what's happening here is there's a war of momentum. The sellers are jumping back in here trying to fade this little bounce and see if the sellers can bring this back to a new fresh low. whereas the buyers are doing what they're conditioned to do, is step in and buy. And the only gauge I think we're going to have is what's going to happen on this candle, or maybe the subsequent candle that comes in afterwards. But that is how simple I keep my risk management for trades that are either working or even not working, okay? Because we want to adhere to the momentum. And I just affectionately call this line, the 10 SMA, I call it the momentum line. If the price is going to stay in momentum, it's going to adhere that line, in this case as resistance. A little bit of red coming in there as we speak. We're a few minutes away from closing this candle, and we'll see what happens. What about the next one? We have another short here that's also working. All right. Interesting. This is a completely different animal on the short side because we entered the short above our moving average. So the first order of business is we would like to see the price get down below this moving average and start to confirm what it is we think we see. However, look at what it did. It showed us a little contrarian thing. If you're short, that little spike popped right back up and closed above. The next candle closed above. So this trade might not be working so well. We're literally back to the entry point. We're back to flat. You know, it's the kind of trade where it says that arrow was where the action should have happened, but it didn't. It didn't break through and give us confirmation that the momentum from yesterday was going to die and this short idea would actually work. So I would probably flat this trade right here and just say it's not doing what we really expect it to do. Looks like we had Intel creep up here on the long side. Interesting, same thing from below. The moving average was above our price. It got rejected, came back down below our entry, back above our entry, and now it's trying to post a close to get back above. Maybe this would be a reason to stay in Intel long if we can get a post a close above that moving average. So that's what I try to bring to the party, guys, whether it's my own trading in AMC or if it's the AI and using that AI, that 10 SMA on the AI as your risk management line. Because remember, the stop that's put in there at the same moment the AI triggers a trade is just a statistical number that's based on what worked best for back testing. But immediately, as the trade develops, we start to get more information and more nuances that can help us as those moving averages continue to draw and things continue to play out. So there's AMC still holding on for me. You know, I wouldn't be surprised here if midday it starts to give a little bit back and once again creates a perfect example of 1.5 days of momentum before the price action starts to die back down. All right, let's back up here a little bit. See what's going on. I think we're started there with Elazar talking about the version 5. Hello, Sam. Hello, David. Hello, David Fontaine. Hello, Burnt. Good morning to you. Asiri, how to check for updates in TI. Usually the best way to do it is to come over here to Tools, and I believe it's in the new, or it might be under Help. There's a file in the menu that shows us when, I believe it's Help. Help might tell you about, if you go to Help and About, you'll see what your current version is. I'm on a version that's ahead. It's not even been named 5.5 yet. Gosh, I forgot. There's something in the menu. I believe it's in the Help menu or in the New menu that gives you a little green icon that says, hey, guess what? There's a new version in here that you want to download. Otherwise, what I would suggest doing is going to Help and About, seeing what version you are actually running on, and then going to, let's see, we'll go to Trade Ideas. Can't type this morning. TradeIdeas.com. We'll go to the download section. Download software. And you're always going to get two options, okay? Version 1, download the latest production version. So this is the one that really has hardly any bugs in it. We've done a lot of kicking and testing. Version 2.18. I always recommend going down to the next option and saying download our Trade Ideas Pro Beta. And this is going to be the version that's most recent and most available to you, the user. All right. Let me just ask, because it's bothering me. I can't remember where it says that. Let me ask my support team. We'll come back to that. You had another question, Siri, how to add the 10 SMA filter for a stop? Well, you can't, because that would be a trailing stop, and the trailing stop feature just doesn't work very well. The trailing stop feature works best if you're just doing something simple with a plus or minus dollar sign. You can always say, I want my trailing stop to be, 20 cents below the current price. That seems to work well. But when we get into custom formulas and even using simple filters for a trailing stop, it becomes difficult. And I can't always explain why the developers can do that better than I can. But what I do, and there's two thoughts I have on this. Remember, Siri, I said, I don't like to see the candle close below the 10 SMA. So what happens is a lot of times the candle will actually trade below the 10 SMA. And if you had that as your stop, I'm going to say you're probably going to get wicked out of some good trades a little too often. You're going to look back and say, God, I wish I really hadn't used that as my stop. So I'm always using the 10 SMA. Let's see, if I wanted to put like a stop in, I'll add a stop order for this AMC. I'll just say, we'll use 14 as an initial spot. Okay, so we can see that there's my entry. I thought there was my entry. Hang on a second. There we go. There's my entry in B plus back there on the high of that candle on Friday. If I wanted to have a sell stop, I could put it here above the price. What happens is it's very hard to have a target price and a adjusting trailing stop. So, I just kind of eyeball it. I'm looking at it. Oh boy, here we go. So now we're trading below, kind of as I feared. It's midday on the second day, losing a little bit of momentum here. I just use these as manual stops. I would just pop that in there, maybe something like that, and say if it does come back to test that lower low, then I'll get out on my hard stop. But I'm one who's in favor of, trying to manage your trades as best you can in real time. Let's get rid of this stop. And there's really no good way to use that 10 SMA as a trailing stop. And again, I think you might have an instance where, let's say this thing pops right back up in 2 seconds and it's back above, and all that was just a bit of a stop hunt. Well, that's exactly what you're getting caught up in a stop hunt. I know they're trying to work on the functionality of making trailing stops work better, that are constantly adjusting. But if you're a trader who really wants to turn your back on trade management, I think in the long run that's not going to work out best for you. All right. KK, you have a webinar this evening. That's right, I do. Might be a short one. I don't have Andy with me today, but I'll go through a few ideas and a few things I see. We'll talk about the trade of the week, which has not triggered. The gold miners are giving everybody a wonderful fit today on the open. Just a horrible sell stop, running of the stops on the open. Gosh, I really fully thought that this might be coming back up and may trigger today, but boy, this one seems to have a mind of its own. Newmont doing the same thing. They're just not ready yet. The gold miners put in a big wick this morning as an ETF, as a group. they look a little bit better. And then the commodity itself, hey, look at that. A really nice morning push, and then it found its foothold there on the 10 SMA, and looks like it might be trying to build on that. We'll see. We'll see. All right. As far as the market goes, I think we're just giving some back today. As I mentioned earlier, oops, come on. As I mentioned early, the 50-day moving average really is just starting to prove itself. Big bounce off the 50-day there in S&P, and kind of had nowhere to go. Just kind of ran out of space today. So it's totally normal for, I think, for it to open and just kind of throw some red candles in the vein and see what happens. Bigger picture, same thing over there in the NASDAQ. Had that brutal test of a big gap down last week, and those that were ready to buy and had their shopping list ready to go. I was not one of them. I wanted to wait and see what happened. But if you were one of those and you were going shopping on that day right there, hey, we've had 4 or 5 good days of movement. It's normal to try and give some of it back here. The IWM just can't quite get out of its own way, however, as the other ETFs are moving above their moving averages. This Russell 2000 putting in a big wick right there, has no interest in trying to get back above its 50 and its 20. But, the day is young, the week is young. We'll see what happens. All right, it's the new tab. It turns green. So since I don't have a new version that is needed, this will turn green for you. So if anybody's got something in their toolbar that is green, that means, hey, there is something that you want to do. You want to investigate and go and download a new version. And you could do that on your website. You could do it, let's see, help. I thought there was a direct link to the version, but maybe not. Tools, reset font option, file. I guess you'd have to go to our website to get that, but that's what will turn green, where it says new. Hey, you got a new version available. Looks like SPY is setting up. Oh, let's see. Let's back up here. All right, Nick. Ford, I think you're talking about Ford. You got 1450 calls for June, solid upside. Getting in electronic vehicle stuff tomorrow could boost up a bit. So forget the fancy dancy option stuff that I'm not just that great at. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm an option whiz. Sean, the guy who was doing this yesterday, he's the guy who will show you how to do all the fancy dancy options stuff. But I do see something good in Ford, and what I see is this nice push last week that I think we're just kind of working off. So what I would expect for the next kind of week or so in Ford would be something like that, a little sideways pennant flagging action, and you're going to have this 10 SMA coming up to meet the price as well as that 20. So I think what's going to be interesting in Ford, regardless of what your strike price is and your time frames and your options premium decay and all that stuff, I'm just going to be, if I were you, I would be watching what happens when this 10 SMA comes to meet the price. Because if this thing is the real deal and this volume suggests something's going on there, and that nice move it's had over the last 2 weeks suggests something's going on there, as it breaks out of that resistance, it's looking good. So in the common, just the common footprints in the sand here, I like what I see. Just wait and see what happens when the rubber meets the road of this moving average coming up and testing the price. I'm going to say you might be 2 or 3 days away from that. And we would expect that moment in time to really bring in the buyers again, the bulls, and people who want to add to their position. We would expect that to be the higher low of which it can move higher. Don't see anything bad over there, Nick. All right, David, just to be specific, Steve, when you say candle close below the 10 for the new corn, is referring to the 15-minute. I'm referring to the 15-minute chart, but David, I also refer to the daily chart. Lot of horrible charts I got out of just in time because they didn't work. All right, I'm trying to think of a really good example. All right, Ride might have been a good example. Okay, Ride was a great example, and I was in it, and I was in it back here, and I even did a webinar talking about, hey, maybe the lanes are getting ready to change here, and that's a really nice looking bottom base and a little higher base there. You've got my attention. I'm in. The 10-day moving average is holding us up. Well, as we go forward in the time machine, guess what day I got out? On the close of this day, I said, I don't like the way everything just changed on me. And so many times at the end of the day, I will make my press change rearranges, getting out, getting in even. But in this particular one, Ride showed me its true colors at the end of the day. Did not. I mean, it could have very easily done this in the morning and scared me out and then wick back up. And I'm staring at a little bottoming candle that pushed the price right back into play. And I'm probably going to punch myself in the leg a few times for for breaking my rules. My rules are steady and that I want to wait until the closing candle gives me the real true color. So on that day I got out. Did it save me some headache? Yeah, it did. It did. It saved me headache. Saved me, okay, maybe I didn't really, think about that a couple days ago, but it was off my radar. I wasn't going to chase. It was no longer in the game. So just trying to use an example, I will use both the closing candle of a daily chart and of an intraday chart. So let's go back to where I'm breaking my rules here, not getting out of AMC. And oh, look at that. We got 2 minutes to go, and this thing might actually try and creep back up above into play. And when it does that, I used to have a saying that says, that which doesn't kill it just makes the candle stronger. So when you see attempted red candles that bounce back up and turn into a bottoming tail, only to stay in the range, that just tells me they tried pretty hard to bring this in, but the buyers still have a bit of an edge. We got 1.5 minutes to see if this thing can actually get back above there. So yeah, to answer your question, it's not always the easiest thing to do, because when the red candle is solid and it's breaking on lows and it's below your level and you've still got some time to go, it could be a coin flip. But I'll tell you, more often than not, if I've just waited, I've either stayed in a good trade, or if I waited for the candle to close, I still got out relatively early when you look at the things, when you look at how the rest of the day shaped up at the end of the day. That first red candle could be the beginning of 7 red candles. And in the end, you're still glad you waited and you got out on that first red candle. So I wait for the close. There's no easy way to deal with it when it's trading below. You just got to kind of have to wait and see what's going to happen. And we got 1 minute. And, I look at that on this one, and it's almost like it's close enough to keep me in. The longer the tail, the more confidence I might have of staying in a trade like that. So getting back to the AI, you can use this strategy for the same types of things. It looks like we got a minute to go here. It looks like the downside might be exhausted here on this one we looked at earlier. That green candle's trying to push and close back above that moving average, not making it easy. So hopefully that helps a little bit, David. There's no real one right answer. Hey, look at this JYNT. We haven't looked at this yet. Basically sliding sideways along our entry point. Do we want to use this as our stop? No, 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 because we now have a much more definitive stop. A moving average that's coming up and now forcing the issue. This thing is either going to bleed back down to the range and it becomes just kind of a no trade, or it's going to get the issue forced and could give us a little bit of profit there. But this is the inflection point that I'd be watching on that one. So you can take this and you can apply it to anything. You can apply it to, do I get out now and minimize my losses? Or I'm really itching to take profits on a trade that's been working for me a day and a half. And it looks like it closed definitively under that candle. But I think I already told you guys I'm kind of going to break my rules on this one. I'm going to see what has. In other words, I don't mind sticking around for another week or so to see what what happens if this starts to consolidate for a few days and then push higher. And then also, I mean, if GameStop wasn't looking so good, I wouldn't be playing around with AMC. This is the same play here. These are all the diamond-handed apes that are refusing to sell and trying to send shots across the bow of Citadel and some of these underhanded, naked shorting hedge funds who, in my opinion, do need to be taught a pretty valuable lesson. So maybe they will be. All right, Burnt says, look like SPY is setting up for a converging symmetrical triangle pattern. I assume you're talking the daily. Or maybe you were talking intraday. I'm not really sure. You know, what the SPYs could be setting up for here is nothing more than this. Oh, let me try that again. You know, maybe something like that. I don't know. I do know that we got ahead of ourselves here by a 4 or 5 day good bounce, and you get to this point where you just kind of run out of air and you run out of catalysts, and the short term people take their profits and things start to reset. And I'll tell you, you know, if the price just slides sideways into these moving averages, that's a very nice bullish setup as a backdrop in the market to try and start trusting other things on an individual name basis. But I think that's what you were talking about in the SPY there. All right, S3, if a window shows multiple triggers for the same stock and you back test it, does it? No, it does not use all the triggers. It will only use one trigger. So if you've got a high of the day and it keeps doing new highs for that same symbol, it's not going to. So per symbol, per strategy, it's only going to log one trade a day in terms of back testing. Now, if it was turned around and triggered to go short, that would be a separate trade because it's not the same direction. So that would be the only case it really does that. And you will see the AI do that sometimes, but the AI typically will do that with two different strategies. You'll very rarely see, well, typically you shouldn't be having a strategy that's firing both long and shorts to begin with, so you'd want to segment those. Hopefully that helps, Esuri. Sam, so with the 10 on JYNT, let's take a look. JYNT, what do we got? Okay, yeah, we did look at that one. Assuming if you were already in, because this was an AI trade, so we're assuming that we were already in our full load here going sideways. But if you're somebody who's looking for ideas and you did not participate on the open, I would probably wait for a little bit more confirmation there. And by that, I mean we would look at the wicks here. I'd probably wait for something like a 69.40 break because you're just really guessing back and forth. See, we ticked below there for a moment, and look at that. We're back at the 10-day moving average, 10 period. So you're going to get a little noise back and forth. So I would just start to define, you know, what our current range is. We know our downside range is a closing candle here in 10 minutes above, and if it just keeps bleeding lower, then, well, there's no trade. But if we get a little push here above that orange line, that's going to tell me that the buyers were emboldened and they probably popped in there and are going to try and push that thing higher. I do like sideways action right into that moving average. The only thing it's got going against it is it's now 12:35 Eastern. We're well into the lunch period. This type of stuff works best pre-lunch. I don't trust this stuff as much at the end of the day. As a matter of fact, I literally expect things like AMC, if they're not going to break now, to start to break towards the second half of the day and lose our momentum. So it looks like AMC is just going to do what it did, you know, a day and a half. Again, if you were late, there's day one, and there's the half a day. We follow through with momentum from the close, continued momentum, maybe a pullback and a push, and then on the early side before lunch, you know, 11:30 Eastern, that seems to be when we get the most of our follow through from the prior day. So I've been coining that term a day and a half. If you're somebody who likes to pick up the pennies quickly and put them in your bag, day and a half is a great way to manage your losses and, more importantly, manage your profits as to when to take them. And if I was going to be taking some off here using that prior candle closing, and it looks like we're starting to bleed, I would have taken half off. Half for the scalp of a day and a half, and then the other half to see, hey, maybe it'll regain strength over 3 or 4 or 5 days. And before you know it, pushing higher above 15 next week. We'll see. All right, yeah, so Nick is super bullish on Ford. You know, Nick, as long as the chart confirms the story, you got a good story there. You're talking about the pivot they're trying to do, it looks like, into more of the EV stuff that was extremely popular a couple months back. That's the story. But does the chart confirm the story? And I believe it does, as we looked at earlier. I believe Ford is giving you reason to pay attention here. It's in clean sailing. It's working off of that last 3 days push it had. And let's see what happens. But options plays are great as long as you know your time frame, your time horizon. You're going to get more bang for your buck. So I like it. I like that trade, and I wanted to stop and hit that point. You know, does the trade confirm the story? You know, there's a lot of charts we could pull up. We could say, you know, EVs are going to be the future. But does the chart on Solo confirm the story? Well, it sure did back here when everybody was excited about it. But right now, the chart just really isn't confirming the story. But different case for you over there in Ford. I would say you're probably on the right track. Yeah, burn the spies on the daily or the weekly, however you want to look at it. Solid trend, solid support at the 50-day moving average. It will continue to work until the day it doesn't, which will probably be the day that I decide to jump in there and buy everything at the 50, and that'll be the day that it doesn't hold. Somebody's getting excited about RYB. Well, 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 well. Look at what a beautiful example it gives me to tout once again the absolute simplicity of what a 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart will tell you about what the momentum is doing. Now, on the daily chart, we've had more than a day and a half. We've had about 2.5 days. Big push. You know, if you've been riding this thing, I would not blame you at all for taking 1/3, 1/4, 1/2 off up there. And the reason I say up there is because, you know, at some point, the price gets way, way apart, way, way afar, stretched away from our guiding hand, the 10 SMA. And if you're familiar with reversion to the mean philosophy, it's just a matter of time when you stretch something that far away that it's going to want to have a reversion to the mean. In this case, the mean would be, you know, above our 10 SMA. So another good example, yeah, of how when something really gets going, you can't be wrong taking 1/3 or 1/4 or even a half off the table once it's given you 3 or 4 green bars on the daily, and on the intraday it's so far stretched above this, it's just really a matter of time before price does come back and have a date with this 10 SMA again. But whoever brought that up, yeah, and sometimes when you've been positioned and you see these things just scream like crazy, it's not your first thought, but your first thought might be, maybe I take 1/4 off the table and lock that in and be proud of myself for catching a really good move. But what's really just staring us square in the eye here is, again, a beautiful example of something that was strong in the morning, sideways for a while, mid-morning, finds that moving average, and that's where the buyers jump in and get aggressive again. So if you missed that first move, I talked to somebody yesterday, and I said, you don't have to be chasing the highs on these things when you see them come out. You just realize that RYB is in play today. And maybe if I just wait and watch and bide my time, patience might give me an opportunity to take an entry here, 2 hours after the open and participate in a quick move. That's what I see going on over there for RYB. It was Asia. So how to decide how many shares, you want to play on the 10 SMA? It's a good question. I mean, it just depends on how much conviction you have. I mean, I really love the stocks that gap up and don't give much back and just go sideways, and have a ton of relative volume. And then the moment that moving average catches up, there's nothing wrong with going with a full load, because your downside is very limited and your entry is pretty patient rather than chasing. It's very hard to go with a full load of full confidence on a stock that's at highs and been trading higher with green bars, and you might be the last of the party, as opposed to something that pulled back or was patient or went sideways, and then that moment of truth came. In terms of sizing your share size, that's the way to do it. But in terms of exiting, I think you can never go wrong taking off half, because it satisfies both the demons that we as traders all run into, the greed demon and the fear demon. And sometimes the greed demon is, if we don't take that profit now, let me rephrase that. Sometimes the fear demon is, if we don't take that profit now, it's going to reverse on it, and that profit's going to be half of what it is in the moment. So I better take it now out of fear that it won't do that to me. But the problem is you should be fearing the opposite. You should be fearing, if I take half off now without confirmation, just on a whim, what if this thing has another secondary push, another dollar, another 6% higher? I'm going to be mad at myself for, getting out too soon. So you really can't go wrong with selling half, because you satisfy both of those scenarios at once. Yeah, I don't really have a great answer for you, Sam, on how to determine how many shares to go. It just kind of depends on the setup, and ones that I trust more than others. And that really, will come down to you, the things that you see and you feel you have more confidence in. All right, Nick. Back to Ford. Yeah, again, Nick, your options play is unique to yourself and how you want to position yourself. I just think that you've probably got some tailwinds behind you and the trade looks good. It's just a matter of how you want to approach it. All right, I think we're caught up on some questions here. Yep, AMC is probably done for the day. Day and a half. Day and a half is the most you can get before it resets and tries to do it again. I have been very bullish on silver. Can't get me out of this. Silver and gold, with all the crypto stuff that was happening, a little fear in crypto, I think some of that money might have found its way out of there and back into the traditional stuff. Okay, let's see some questions. Dun, 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 dun. Hi, can you take a look at BDL? BDL came from obscurity, doing no volume whatsoever, to having some sort of news today, it appears, and coming out of the ashes one day. This thing could follow through. What we see here is a lot of space. Oops, we didn't mean to do that. What we see here is a lot of space between that and the rising 10 SMA. Going to call that no man's land, but ideally what you're going to want to see is a continued price here holding up waiting for this moving average to come and catch it. Now, let's say the price does catch that and does close at or near highs, and you're long this to begin with a lot of profit in there. In other words, you haven't chased an entry up here. I don't think I would chase an entry up here. It's up 61% on the day. If you caught it, you caught it. You're at this point, you're basically just trying to wait and see how you should manage it. But if it does move back and close at or near highs, you're likely to have some follow through into tomorrow. But it's going to be musical chairs on the open as to who wants to take profits first, because this thing has a 375,000 share float, which is, I'm just going to go ahead and call it what it is, absurd. It's absolutely absurd if you think you can manage risk in a float of 375. All it takes is for one guy to hit the bid and you're down $5, $6, $7 in the blink of an eye and you don't even realize it. So be careful with that. That's very, very careful. If you're going to play stocks like these, you need to be one step ahead of the crowd. You need to be the guy in the marching band with the whistle, marching with the staff out in front, not the guy playing the tuba in the back trying to see where everybody's going. You've got to be one step ahead of the herd. Dangerous, dangerous play on something like that. Not my bag. Let's see. Asia, do you use NASDA change in any scanner? Use the NASDA. I don't even know what the NASDA. You might want to enlighten me and tell me what NASDA stands for. National. I have no idea what NASDA stands for. So it's safe to say I don't use it, but I kind of would be curious to know what it is. Oh, and by the way, back to our discussion on new versions, there is an easier way than going to the website. So if you go to Tools and Options, Upgrade, there it is. Upgrade now. You could click that button right there in our Tools and Options package and get the actual upgrade rather than having to navigate to the website. Yeah, I don't know if I've seen KR. I don't know if I've seen a float that low. I've seen floats of 4 or 5 million, which are in themselves pretty tricky. But that would make sense to me why a stock went from 24 to 48 in a matter of an hour. There's just not that many waypoints. There's not that many rocks to skip across as opposed to something like IBM or Intel. Okay, RETA. What do I think about RETA? Look at that. Let's go back to my daily where my moving averages are. Wow, really nice move off of the daily. You've had almost a 90% move, maybe 80% move off those lows, maybe less, 70%. You're starting to look left on the chart. You're running right smack here into the 133 level, 132 level. Heck, I would just round it down and call it the 130, 131. 130 is probably going to start getting a little dicey because you had all these sellers who defended that level back here. So when you get up here, you look left, you see what you're up against. After a move that's that long, I mean, there's not much gas in the tank. I almost expect the sellers to jump in hard here. So then you get into the 15-minute range. So if you're literally thinking about taking profits, well, for one thing, you're well above your 10 SMA, but you're also very close to the 130. Maybe this is where you take a third off. You just look at that and you go, that's a pretty darn good run. I'm running into resistance. I've got the support coming up underneath me, which might not hold the next time. I mean, we can see midday that it pretty much did hold for us. It held yesterday, it held at the close, it held midday today, but now we're getting up to this 130 level. We might not be so lucky if we try to get too greedy here. The price could come back quickly, and before you know it, you're back down here to the 125 level again. It just really depends on where you are in the trade, if you're in the money, if you're thinking about taking profits. I mean, if you were thinking about taking profits, I'd be taking some off the table right here. Because I think it's just a foregone conclusion that this moving average is going to catch up to the price at some point, because the price is running out of room here at 130. Or, like you said, you could just trust that it's just going to go sideways up here and wait for the 10 SMA to catch up. But again, if it doesn't really have that far to go, maybe you just take it now, and your future self might be happy that you did take a third off at these levels. I don't know. It's your call, but it's been a great run. I just feel like it's getting ready to run on fumes a little bit once it gets here to 130, 131. All right, we're at, wow, 51 minutes after the hour. Barry will be coming in back here in about 7 or 8 minutes. I'll do what I can with you guys. Aisha, you never told me what a NASDA change is. And I can't even figure out the acronym. I'd be curious to know. Maybe we call it something else. That Intel is having a tough time. The sellers don't want to let Intel catch a breath above the 10 SMA. How about that? Look at that. Really been holding that thing down, and that Intel is a long. So, you're right here at the entry point. If you can't get back above that moving average, you'd probably just cut it for a flat trade. You might have meant NASDAQ. Yeah, hey, Steve, do you ever use NASDAQ change in any scanner? No, I usually use S&P. I think you guys are right, Dave and Chris. You may have meant NASDAQ change. Now, that's not to say we don't have it. If you go to any configuration, we have change. Let's try this a different way. S&P change 5 minutes. Okay. What about NASDAQ change? There you go. So I'm going to guess that maybe you're looking at NASDAQ change today. Change from yesterday, change today. I don't use that. I don't really have an answer for you as to why. Just seems like the S&P is going to be the more broadly based index that's going to cover financials and energy more so than NASDAQ would. But you can use that. You can say, hey, I don't want to go long any of my stocks today. I prefer tech stocks, and I don't want to go long any of my tech stocks today. If the NASDAQ is negative on the day, or if the 60-minute NASDAQ is negative, or you can do that. You don't even have to have a reason. All right. Coming up against the top of the hour, we got room for one more topic, probably. Anything you guys want to talk about, I can take a look. One of the things about the container windows is it'll be nice to get a different type of linking going on, right? So if I've got 3 different container windows and I click over here, maybe I don't necessarily want my other container windows charts to change. So that's one of the first things that we gave feedback on, that we're going to get them to work on, where we only have linking in this window. So if I click spy over here, it's not going to change over there. And I think I disconnected this one. Let's take a look. Properties. Yeah, symbol linking. I turned that one off, because if I keep that one on, then all my charts change. But yes, we're going to work on that. And I'll start trying to figure out a way to maybe segment some of these container windows. You know, got the jam down family over here. I thought that might be interesting to keep an eye on. Huh, may visit those later. All right, guys, last call for questions or a chart. Then I'll bring Barry back in. How's GameStop holding up? Still threatening over there. How's my AMC? Yep, bleeding back. All right, well, I just gave Barry the all clear to come on back in, so we may be done until I figure out some more things to talk about this afternoon. We might look at some sectors. Hey, there goes my FSM. I wonder if the trade of the week gold is going to start to catch a bid. Hey, look at that. The gold miners are starting to catch a bid now. Hey, pretty good candle as well. Anything you guys have been looking at on the gold miner side might be interesting to get going. Maybe somebody even wants to take an early stab at the trade of the week. Who knows? I mean, it's definitely a bit lower. Something to think about, the difference between the finite games and the infinite games. Finite game is like the Super Bowl. When it's over, you know who won. Infinite game is like the stock market. It's an interesting analogy. I always love good analogies, Dave. Yeah, there is no end to the stock market. There is no whistle. All right, that's a good little concept to leave ourselves on. Barry's back in, and I'm a little talked out, so I will see some of you guys later. And thanks for all your questions.
Ooh, boy, this one turned out to be okay. I mean, this ride, I'm just looking here, the gap down in reverse was the earnings play. Gap down and reverse. The alert was at 8:35. It would have been up here. Would have had to, shake around here, but now it's looking pretty good. Just that it's funny. I just don't trust this. I just don't trust the move for Edu. I know I shouldn't think like that, but I mean, because the next high looking left is around 1190 odd. So it's at 1079 right now. It's above yesterday's high. Well, actually, now I'm looking in retrospect here. That IPOE 2077 was the alert, pulled back a bit, and then got all the way up to 28,187. So that's about $1 on that move there. The peers 248. It did get up to 290-ish. FinV, let's see what it did. 867. Yeah, not much. Tiger 2097, not much. So these not much. These three though, well, EDU is still in the middle of it or the start of it. And on the short side, 1543. Yeah. That had it triggered because it finally went below yesterday's low. That's why it triggered. DSX. This actually, I had this as a potential long look, but not DSX. Nothing shaking there. And then the reverse, the 45. Yeah, got down to 11, 711. So not bad from the watch list today. Take a look at the scan. All right, guys. Well, this is holding in here. EDU is holding in here. Again, the next high looking left. I mean, in theory, it's got room. All right, guys. I think, Aja, you can probably hear me in YouTube, right? I'm just waiting on this big bottoming tail. See if it can take it out. This is the NGM. I was not able. Man, that flashed down and up really quickly. Volume's too light though, real. I mean, it's only 189 million with 48 in the float. Haha. So it's going to trade the float now maybe 5 times. I mean, 4 times for sure now. Maybe 5 times. He's just got to get through this mess, all this mess up here. $15.8. So this is what he's talking. This is what Real is talking about. See that on the 15-minute chart? You see that 8 EMA? That's that orange line right there. See how it's hugging it? It is not really breaking down below it. Well, Ride is certainly coming back nicely. I mean, it hammered down on earnings after hours yesterday, continued down this morning, and gapped all the way down to 780 odd. So it's tacked on about $1. Yeah, I mean, here's the other thing about the EDU. There's 1.7 billion in the float, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. I mean, it is up 18%, which is pretty awesome for with a 1.7 billion float, but it's just going to take a bunch to move it, I think. Still, need a whole whack of volume coming in. Look at on the 15-minute chart how it's just kind of really been dwindling all day long. Yeah, somebody just mentioned Sorrento. Look at Sorrento, SRNE. Look at the volume that just came in to Sorrento out of nowhere. Another one that, I mean, if it can take, it's just got to take all this out. It has a shot then to get up into this level here, but it might struggle. That's the problem. It might just struggle to get through this. If this volume doesn't continue to push it through, then it could just stall right here. All right, guys, maybe keep an eye on the VSTM. Been watching this one thumbnailed all day long. You know, I'm going to stick an alert up here. I've got to stick an alert, say around 409, 410 for the VSTM. See if it can take that out. That is the high of yesterday, basically. But again, no volume. Need some volume. Need a big volume. Looks a little different on the 2, but I'd like to get a big volume bar on the 15 to just pop it right through. Well, let's see if IB has got that same headline that Zach is talking about. Yep. It's from Benzinga. Ija. Yeah, I don't know what they'll do on that one, Flying Timer. I can give you a code. I don't know what they'll do. I mean, typically this is just for new subscribers, but hey, you can try. No harm in trying, okay? And yeah, I mean, as long as you have saved everything to the cloud, okay, you can try that promo. Okay, save everything to the cloud, no problem. If you sign up again, when you sign up again, just use the same email you used when you signed up a year ago. Okay? Yeah, all I can do on setting it up, Gordon, is this. I don't agree with auto trading the AI, number one, but okay. You have to have your Holly tab open. You have to turn all on the strategies that you want. Well, Tiger isn't an AI alert, so I don't know what to say. Tiger is not an AI alert. Here are the AI alerts today. So you can't. Well, you said you want to auto trade the AI. You didn't say it might be earnings, but it's got nothing to do with the AI. You can't do it, Gordon. You can't do it. The AI has the strat. These are the strategies that made the cut today. All right. No, sorry. These are the strategies that made the cut after being optimized. If Tiger doesn't appear in here, then it's just not going to appear. You can't say have the AI look at a specific stock. Okay, it's like saying, well, here we don't know what stocks are going to make new highs and new lows tomorrow. With these filters in place, we don't know. Same with the AI. AI has no idea. Once it goes through the optimization routine later on tonight, has no idea what alerts we're going to get tomorrow. So, I mean, the only way to set up Holly AI to auto trade is to turn them all on or pick the ones you want at the beginning of every day. You turn them on, turn them all on. You enable them. Now they're all on. You're going to have to go into each one, though, to, edit the trading instructions, creating a limit offset, how you want to trade it. I can't tell you how you're going to do that. But I mean, that's in essence. That's it. That's all you can do. I don't recommend it though. Yeah, just right click, configure. So that's for UGI. Right click, configure, and then go to summary. And now here's your window name. Make the change. Say OK. And don't forget to save your work at the end of the day, right? Because everything you do, make little changes like that. If you don't save your work, then tomorrow, when you load it, your work will not have been saved. And that's for everybody, of course. Well, also save the layout too. The easiest way, in my opinion, is when you exit trade ideas, it always asks, do you want to save your layout? And I just say yes. And then tomorrow when I load, everything will be exactly where, like everything that I've done will have been saved. All right, so the position in range is, okay, let me take a look at one here. Let's go with CGC. Let's see what that looks like. Is there any particular one or all of them? I mean, basically, when you see, like right there, the position in the 5-day range for CGC, you see how it's blue? Well, that means it's at the high of the 5-day range. When you see red, that means that it's at least 50%. It's less than 50% of the range. Let me see if I can find. Yeah. So Gordon, ask these questions tomorrow. I don't want to steer you wrong. Okay, if you're bound and determined you want to auto trade, ask those questions tomorrow to Michael. Okay. I don't know if you can do it for one stock. I'm serious. I don't want to steer you wrong. All right, so as an example, here's RYB. So you look at the 5-day range, it's at the top of the 5-day range, at the top of the 20-day range, but look at the lifetime range. You see there's just a little sliver of white there. That means it's obviously, well, not obviously, but because it's near the top, it's at the top of the 5 and the 20. It cannot be at the low of the lifetime. Let me see another stock. I just want to maybe give you a better. So, okay, look at NGM as an example. So the position in this, like, am I explaining this correctly? When you see a little bit of green here, that means it's at least 50% above the 60 minutes. So if you look at a 60-minute range, if I had a 60-minute chart up, it'd be almost in the middle of it. Position in, this is today's range, position in today's range. Because there's a little bit of white there, that means it's not right at the bottom. Okay, if it were right at the bottom, then this would be right over. Let me see if I can find one that is. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, you look at this one, it's TG. I mean, it's an awful looking chart and all that, but you see it's right at the high of the day. So that's why the position in range, that's the daily range, that it's right over here. I mean, there's no white showing. Position in the 60, it's the top of the 60-minute range. In the 20-day range, you'd have to look at a longer chart, of course, but it's a little more than 50%, 20. But look at the position in lifetime. I mean, it's almost at a lifetime low. There's just a little sliver, and you can see, here's the lifetime low, probably down here. So this is, at a glance, without even seeing a chart, you can kind of get a feel, especially when you see stocks maybe at a 20-day high, a 5-day high, and yet they're still near the low of the year. That means maybe they're recovering. All right, guys, I'm out of the NGM now. All oot of it. Looks like it actually wants to bounce now. Oh, good. I'm glad. I'm glad it made sense. Yeah, well, I might as well exaggerate it, real. Everybody thinks I say it anyway, so why not just exaggerate it and be very Scottish? Oh, sir. All right, Otley, what are you doing? Otley. Boy, this is a tough. Well, your ticket to Ride. Look at Ride now, guys. I mean, man, I mean, this could almost go positive. Is it possible it could go positive? Look at EDU, guys, inching its way up. All right, I'll be right back. Ija, you haven't answered me. I don't know if you guys can hear me in YouTube. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Kev. Okay, guys, take a look. I mean, True, the problem with True is when you look left, 583, I mean, it's maybe far enough away. I know it's an AI alert from, right off the bat. It's kind of been doing nothing most of the day. Well, guys, I mean, I may be wrong. It looks like I am wrong about the EDU. I did not take this one. The alert was at 1074 from the option scanner. 1074. This is what I'm talking about right there. 1074. It's at 1094. I mean, it's not tremendous, but if it takes out 11, I guess anything can happen after that. Yeah, and the CVM, I mean, I would have liked it, except I don't know, the spread kind of turned me off at 21, 24, 28 right now, which is fine, but they can yank that bid on you just like that. So I just sort of decided not to take it. Had earnings on the 18th, so last week, I guess. Not, I guess. Yes. At some point, I really want to take this OTLOI, but I'm not going to take it unless it takes out that high right up here. It's not going to happen today, but maybe down the road. I'm really interested in that OTLY. But again, Gordon, you save up all those questions for tomorrow, okay? To see what Michael says. Okay, at this point, my alerts have basically gone to nothing. Well, yeah, you can take an AI alert and do this. Create your own strategies. You don't have to auto trade it though, but that is more like one click trading. You can do that, but it's not quite auto trading. Well, then you can kind of pick and choose which ones you might want. All right. Well, there is a pop now for PIRS and on volume. Look at the volume that is coming in. So, I mean, it's not quite up to here, but the volume is coming in with less than a minute left in that candle. And as Real would say, still hugging that 8 EMA, did not break down, really, on the 15-minute chart anyway. Yeah, it looks about the same. If I can see this right at the top here, right there, that looks about the same as what you're talking about 13, 15 or so. CVM, guys, I mean, I just wish that spread had been a lot better. CVM. But the alert was at 1997, 2036 right now. I have no idea who you'd have to find out. There's not like a central repository, Gordon, of every single strategy that has been created. Okay, number one. If you wanted that one, for instance, old school 15 short, you might have to. I have no idea about that one, but you can always request it. I have no idea how old that is. Sometimes, we get requests. Somebody might say, I saw that one, and it could be something from years ago. So the only way you can request that one, but there is no central repository of strategies. Oh. All right, guys, I'm not getting, again, not too many new alerts. Another little pop for EDU. I mean, it'll be, if it takes out 11, I mean, it could easily get up to, I shouldn't say it like that. Takes out 11, then the next high looking left is around 12. Just a little, yeah, around 1197 or so. Yeah, I know. I don't know about a scam, but yeah, that was one of the very, very first ones. Remember these days here? In terms of a, but I mean, the government did put money into them, I thought. But then they yanked it. Didn't they yank it around here? I may be wrong, but all right. I'm still going to keep an eye on the VSTM. What's the float in this one? Yeah, 169 million. I don't want to lose sight of it. I mean, look at the volume it had yesterday. Might be just resting a little bit today. And when you look left, I mean, it does have room to the 467 level. But really, what we're really looking at is maybe, just maybe, if it even get through that, and again, this is not going to happen today, at least it probably won't, then look left and look where it could go. And that's the VSTM. But it is a big float, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. TIGR, okay. Let's see if it is ramping up again. It's doing its thing at the 15 EMA also. Sorry, the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. And there's the VWAP, as Real is talking about. So it would have to pop through that, 2003. Okay, so I don't see any news on this one, this JYNT. I don't know if there is. I mean, what a base right here. Tough, well, a bit of a tough spread. I don't see any news on it though. Unless this is it, but this is. This looks like general. This looks just like general news. All right, yeah, it is breaking above. It is breaking above the VWAP. A little bit, 2003. High was 21, so this has room. All right, well, let's see. Got to hold that VWAP. It is an earnings play, so I mean, it's going to be active. It should still be active for the balance of the day. All right, this is it, guys. Right at the VWAP again. I'm just waiting. I'm in this one. I'm waiting to see if it takes out 20. It takes out 20, I'm out of it. This is the tiger. So I've just got to watch it. I want to see how well, I mean, it's trying to hold 20, trying to hold the VWAP, but if it gets down below 20, I'm oot. Kind of holding that 80 MA. Where is that right there? Yeah, that's, yeah, see, it's too wide a stop for me. Well, do something. Can always get back in if it doesn't work. Well, it definitely teased us right at 20, and still at the VWAP. You think I made it? I don't know. Yeah, I don't like that little topping tail there. But let's see. I'm just going to wait and see. You know what else is moving here, guys? The PRVB off 10. Now this could, because remember, had a lot of activity this morning. Got all the way up to 13 something. So, this is a double short for me. Obviously, I'm out of it now. And starting to move, starting to get some volume. Well, it's sitting right on it. I guess I don't know about holding it, but it's sitting right on it. 2003 is the VWAP, 2003. Yeah, I feel a little bit foolish not taking the EDU, but c'est la vie. So you see how this room works. I mean, I pointed this one out. Some of you might have been looking at that going, you know what? I know what he's saying. I don't care. I'm taking it. That's fine. I mean that's that's why I'm saying I'm not telling anybody what to buy or sell. We have some ideas. All right. Well, Tiger's sort of holding. It almost knocked me out. Keep an eye on the PRVB, guys. The longer it holds 10, traders are going to be looking at that. Traders are going to be looking at this level way up here. This is pre-market, I guess, right? Yeah, pre-market. And just to see, if some volume comes in. Okay, Tiger. Let's go a little 20/20 vision. All right, let's go a little 20/25 vision. Again, the thing about Tiger, it's an earnings play, so you know it's going to be active. Now, how active, where it's going from here, I don't know, but it's giving us something. I'm in at 2008, so I'm almost got stopped out. And keep an eye on the PRVB. I'm definitely interested in this one, especially it gets up to about 10/20 or so. See if it holds that 10 level. API is actually an earnings play. I know I was talking about this one before. API is an earnings play. I have an alert set up here. Maybe a second day continuation, tomorrow. If it takes out that high over here, which is about 43.97. So it's not that far away, a little over $1 away. Well, I've been watching, GME guys, I've been watching it. It's been holding. Look at these bottoming tails. It's been holding very strong. Yeah, I don't use trailing stops at all, Gordon. Okay, I find they're not scientific. That's why. Look, I understand if you're in a lot of trades at the same time, but you shouldn't be. I think you're too new. I think it's better to manage the trades by maybe using like what Real does. He'll maybe use an ADMA, or you look at the chart, see where there is some support if it breaks down through that. But just putting a 10-cent stop or 10 cents trailing stop or a certain percent, there's no science to that. So my opinion, the only reason, in my opinion, to be using trailing stops is if you're in so many trades at the same time that it's impossible to watch them manually. And my premise is always that you should not be, not you, Gordon, but anybody. If you're in that, I just would not be. Okay, I'm out of the tiger, guys. As I was yakking. Look at it again if it comes back. So yeah, I mean on the charts, when we have if we put a stop on the chart, you can start moving your stop right up on the chart, to an area of support. So or right below it. So if it broke down through that area of support, should be out of the trade. Let's do this. Take a trade. I mean, I can't believe, Gordon. Have you not watched the videos? I mean, this is pretty. So if I take this trade, if I take Real right here, okay, I'm going to take Real right here. I'm going to take 300 shares. Okay, just took 300 shares. I can add this. I put the stop. I'm not saying this is where I would, but I'm just saying I have to know where I'm going to put my stop before I took the trade. But let's just say I knew it was going to be at 1643. Right click, add the stop order, 1643. I would get away from automation, Gordon, but you seem bound and determined that that's what you want to do. But anyway, there's your stop. There's your red line. Now, if the trade starts working well, you can start moving your stop up. Save all these questions up for tomorrow, Gordon. I mean, I know you really want to auto trade. I know you do. But there's a reason, I mean, if I thought auto trading was the be all and the end all, I'd be doing it. I would just, I could moderate, no problem, just let things run automatically. I don't feel like I can. Well, how about trying manual trading first before you start auto trading? How's that? Okay. Well, the big appeal to auto trading, of course, is in theory. You don't have to, you take all the emotion out of trading. I mean, I get the appeal. All right, guys. Well, here's the PIRS back over, well, it was back over 3. I don't know. I mean, that's a, I don't know if it's a conspiracy theory or not that the market makers seek out your stops, etc. I don't know. Especially some of the stuff that we do. I don't know. I really don't know. Listen to real, okay? You're not. I know you don't want to listen to me. Listen to real, okay? Ooh, I'm looking at this one. I thought, okay, this could be interesting. Gap up and reverse for IMBI. Then I look at the 2-minute chart, ugly as anything. And I'm looking at the spread, 851, 902. Ooh, no kidding. Look at that. Look at the volume that came in to PIRS. Is this recently though, Dreamer? Like really recently? I mean, it's hard for me to believe that they're seeking out, but especially these cheaper ones. Can't imagine it's worth their while. Guys, there looks like there's a sort of a red bar ignored on AMC for the 15-minute chart. Almost, not quite. That red candle is not quite engulfed by the previous green one. Well, guys, I think this is going to make a new high. GME. Volume coming in. No rhyme or reason, but it doesn't matter. I mean, this is just, I'm not in this anymore. I just want to point that out. I'm not in this anymore. All right, now this EDU is a little more interesting. I know I've given up 20 cents, but it is now over that whole number, a little bit of a pullback. It still has some room all the way up to this 12 level. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it does have that room. I'll be right back. All right, I'm still kind of keeping an eye on the PRVB. Very choppy on that 2-minute chart. But you can kind of see if it can take out that 10-20 level on the 15. You know, I mean, it's got that shot. I mean, it's got a lot of room. Traders start to, but it needs volume. Just needs the volume to come in. All right, guys, I'm just really watching to see how well this EDU holds that 11 mark. So far, not so good, but we'll see. What I'd like to see is a bit of a rest on the 15s, maybe just a little over 11, and then some volume coming in, and that's what probably will get me to take the trade. Boy, this was a good one. I just couldn't get around the spread. CVM, and we had the alert at 1997. I mean, it is straight up, but the spread was kind of wonky at times. Here's a good trading term. And I just couldn't get my head around it. Well, Tiger is kind of making a sign again. I better put this up here. So I took a 7-cent loss on the first on it. All right, EDU, I have to set an alert, a price alert. This doesn't look good, Don. This is a pretty big bottoming tail. Set a price alert up around 1106. See if it takes it out later on. This could be the end, though. I'm trying desperately not to lose sight of this PRVB, just in case. Holding 10 pretty well. You know, Cam, I think you asked me a question a long time ago, and I don't think I answered you. Or am I wrong? Just one moment, please. I am on mute. Sorry. I'm just waiting on the PRVB, guys. I really am. Did you hear that? I mean, maybe I was on mute. Arjun, you asked a question about should I get into IPO or these are just. I was just demonstrating some simulated trades. Okay, these are not trades that I've actually taken. Somebody was just asking me how would you do something, so I just picked something and we played around with it. So this is nothing to do with real trading. This is in the simulator. All right, guys, I think we're away now for the PRVB for a while anyway. For a while. I'm not saying this is, I don't know where it's going from here, but ooh, is this, how interesting is this one now? LIND. This is a gap up and now reverse. Look what's happening. A little break here. So yeah, I was demonstrating how you can take a trade on a pullback as an example. The IPOE, there was a blue line right there. I was saying, okay, I was showing people how you can take a trade. So I put a buy down here. See how it came down, 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 took the trade. Okay, and now we'll see what happens. Again, this was just in the simulator. Okay, let me take a look at this LIND. The low yesterday looks like, well, not necessarily the low. Let's see. Where is it? Wow, the low yesterday is 1581. Look at this sell-off here. Look at that big topping tail on the daily. It's just selling right off. Still positive for the day, but just selling off. LIND. Yeah, more interesting here. Yeah, a lot of it is not a lot of marketing, so and I was checking later to see if anything interesting was said. Look at the volume that came into GME. Amazing, guys. I mean, this is what I'm amazed at. Look at the volume bar right there. Look at that volume bar. Imagine you get a volume bar like this and some of the other things that you want to get into. That's what you're looking for. You know, and then that's how you get the pops in price. I mean, that volume bar right there, what time is it? 2:14, so it has another, well, 3 seconds to close. I mean, it's almost the biggest one of the day. And, you know, typically the biggest volume bars of the day are in the first 15 minutes, typically. So look at that. I mean, that is the enthusiasm. I would say there's almost no question this goes through 200 today. It's just because it's that little magnet. Oh, I don't know. Too late? I don't know. I mean, for what? to hold on for a while till it hits $10,000, which is you're obviously chasing it right now. Yeah, I don't know. I'm down a little bit in this. It hasn't hit my stop yet, but I'm not that happy. I had a little bit of I had a scalp profit in it when it hit that 1037. Ah, well, I've got to do it. I've got to put the price alert of 200 on GME for entertainment purposes. There it is. Put it, and there it is. Wow. And look at the volume. This is only 2 minutes into that 15-minute candle. Look at the volume. Well, the only way to get into would have been maybe a break here. You see how it's curling right there? I'm not in this one. Okay, I'm not in this one. Just want to used to be in it. Many held for quite a while. Well, now the trick will be how will it hold 200? Not just today, but tomorrow and the day after and the day after. Will this be the new base? That has earnings on the 27th, such as they're going to be. Well, okay, you understand what's going on with GME though, Black Dog, right? This Reddit WSP stuff that's going on. So it's highly emotional, can drop like a stone, drop like a stone. How about sink like a stone in half a second also? So you're throwing a lot of things out. But taking a 193, I had an alert set right up here around 193. It took that. I didn't take the trade. I was more interested to see what would happen. All speculation. Real would say here's the 8 EMA right there on the 15-minute chart for GME. Kept hugging it, hugging it, hugging it. Whew, okay, just look at the volume, guy. I mean, that you you don't need very much more than just look at volume. Look at the volume here. Remember, I was just saying how that previous 15-minute candle almost was. Look at this. I mean, look at the volume coming in. And this still has 9 minutes to close. That candle right there. What's COSS doing just for fun? KOSS? The answer is, yeah, look at COSS going, guys. And this has got such an insanely low float. 2.7 million in the float. So this is almost like a GME proxy. You can't see the spread on the charts. The spread is from your broker, okay? Level 2, spread, all that stuff from your broker. Okay, kitten, no. Just a Well, this is definitely a more exciting day for me anyway than yesterday. AMC guys, yeah, AMC the same thing. I mean, it is ramping up also. A lot cheaper, of course, than GME. Just about, it took 15 out briefly. Okay, look at this volume. Million shares right here. And the relative volume is big. For a lot of the time that GME was falling, the relative volume was putrid. The relative volume today is huge. Well, not huge, but it's, you know, it's 1.6 times. And again, this is a wild one. Very, very wild. KOSS is very wild. Yeah, two topping tails. AMC and GME are looking exactly the same. Look at the topping tails. There's a topping tail there for, and then AMC, the same thing. Look at the topping tails. This one, man, look at what it did after hours yesterday. RVP, no accounting for this. I mean, look what it did. RVP had a big move after hours. Looked interesting. Not bad this morning. Market opens and just falls flat. All right, AMC. So AMC yesterday, what was the high yesterday? 1467, not even close. And the high way over here is 1454, not even close. The high up here is 1725. If this keeps over 15, and look at the volume. I mean, it's the same sort of situation as GME. GME is actually more extraordinary because that volume bar for GME is bigger than the first volume bar for AMC. There is just a tremendous amount of buying coming in. All right, tank. All right, well, I'll keep an eye on the PRVB. I took a small loss on it. I want to see if it, yeah, it doesn't look good though now. It really doesn't look good. Got to put an alert up in this 1025 area. See if it gets back up there. I'm really just watching the AMC. This is one I might want to take. The longer it holds over 15. Takes out that 1510. That probably gets me in for something. And who knows, maybe I hold it. All right, guys, I think we have the Moors getting close to the window. All right, guys. I don't know if you can hear me over the Moor drone. Yeah, GME is unstoppable right now. Volume, volume, volume. Look at that volume bar, guys. That's so extraordinary. No, I'm not in it anymore. Unfortunately, I'm not in it anymore. I got rid of it. I can't remember exactly where. I was in it for a long time. I was in it several times, but this move down here a few days ago knocked me out. I made money, but I wasn't interested anymore. But man, oh man. I mean, this is just a huge move. I mean, look, 16%, $28. AMC, guys. Oh, man. Gordon, this is what I would do. This is my recommendation. I'm on West Coast time, just like you. I put my computer to East Coast, okay? Eastern time. I put trade ideas to Eastern time, and that keeps everything really simple. You always talk in terms of Eastern time. When people ask you, well, what time did an alert happen? We're always talking in terms of Eastern time, okay? That's what I would do. Well, in trade ideas, just go to tools, options, and time options, and you can set Eastern time right up here. Now, if you set your computer to Eastern time, then local time is fine because your computer thinks your trade ideas will think your local time is Eastern time. But now I can't tell you how to set your computer to Eastern time. I mean, I know there's a way, of course. I haven't done it for so long. You have to go into settings and all of that. Yeah, we'll set it to Eastern time. You'll just have to go and set it to Eastern time. You have to go into settings, I believe, and time and all that stuff. All right, guys. Ah, man, I'm glad I missed that marketing meeting. Yeah, 1550 AMC, guys. 210 GME. And Tiger, even Tiger is showing signs here. I'm not in Tiger anymore. The AMC made kind of made my day. I don't know if I'm going to hold it. But this is a stupendous move for GME. I mean, look at this volume here. I mean, I was thinking, wow, look at that volume. And then that volume happened. And now look at this volume. I mean, we still have 9 minutes. 9 minutes for this one. I mean, this could eclipse this one. I haven't even looked at cost. I'm afraid to look at what cost is doing. Not ripping. I mean, a rip from here, but not really ripping like it could. Well, I'm glad they did. I'm sure. How's Bed Bath and Beyond doing? That was another one of those. Look at this. I mean, look at even Bed Bath and Beyond, guys. This was part of that week way back here when GME went crazy. That was part of it too. So it is starting to ramp up. Oh, there's no question. There's no question. Because there's no reason for this one doing this. But at some point, I don't know what that point is, but there'll be some people taking some money out of GME and putting in these cheaper ones. I don't know what that point is. I mean, I'm sure it's already happened somewhat. A $21 move right here in about an hour for GME. The key will be what happens tomorrow. Can it maintain these levels? I don't know about BlackBerry. You're right. It could get going. I mean, it's trying. Just like it's another Reddit WSB stock. It is definitely one of them. What was the other one? EXPR, I believe, was another one. Yeah, look at this. Look at EXPR, the same thing. They've got the. I don't know if I want you anymore, Edu. Thoughts on SCPS? That was a big one yesterday. Let's see what it's doing right now. It's doing nothing. So, no real thoughts on it. I mean, it's obviously down. It had the big day yesterday, but it's sold off. So today it could maybe just be a resting day. It's a low float, 5.6 million. It may just be resting. Have to see what happens tomorrow. What do we have listed now for the short float for GME? 20%. So, the reason, if you're believing look at AMC. If you want to believe, what is really happening, that short float is not correct. It's being underreported. That is the theory behind all of this. That there are really way more shorts that are being reported. Look at this volume bar, guys. Look at that one now. This is gonna eclipse the previous one. But that's the whole theory behind what is happening with GME. That these shorts are being incredibly underreported. Just when you think you've seen it all, you see it all again. Man. So AMC, I'm going to have to make a decision. I mean, I may hold this. I've traded some out, but I may hold this. It depends how it closes, just like somebody else said. 17 right over here. Same sort of thing. It's a high. I don't know. They haven't really talked about the AMC float like they've talked about the GME float. This could, hey, who knows? When I see 300 today, if this keeps up. Again, I'm not saying to take this trade because it's going to 300. You see, now everything else seems so darn boring. Who was the one? Was it UPJ or somebody else talked about if it closes near the high of the day, holding AMC? I'm with you on that one. If it closes near the high of the day, I don't want to see a massive sell-off. If I do, I'm out. Can always get back in. So, okay, now that volume bar is bigger than that opening volume bar on the 15-minute chart. Well, Gordon, you know better than ask me that question. I don't know if Tiger is going up. You know that. I was going to take this short of LIND, but it still might work, but it's just way too exciting to be watching these other ones. All right, well, this is starting to ramp up a little bit too. Now, the only difference is you sort of look at all this resistance here. You know, look at AMC. Look at the difference. Look at AMC. If I type it in, you'll see the difference. So look at the difference when you look left on a weekly chart for AMC as an example, okay? So you've got some room without any resistance. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but then look at KOSS, KOSS. And look at the daily chart. You see all this stuff here? They could block it on the way up. We didn't have that with AMC. Certainly don't have that with GME either. But on the flip side of that, though, is if they, the Reddit crew, really get a hold of this, look at that float and look at that short float percent. 2.7 million in the float, 18% short. Just one moment, please. So if you're new to trading, I mean, this is all exciting, okay, but it's awfully dangerous too. Okay, I'm not just talking about the cost. I'm talking about the AMC. I'm talking about the GME. It's very dangerous. So if you're new to trading, I mean, it's fun to watch. And if you would ever take any of this, take so few shares because disaster can strike at any time. So I'll be shutting the room at 3, and just wondering. Well, first of all, before I do that, what's the day today? Tuesday is the day. So yeah, that promo code is still alive. So I'm just going to pop this all in here. Okay, so there's the promo code. Because you too can take part in all this fun if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. And here is the promo. Whoops. Yeah, I mean that was wonderful when it got up to 400, and even if you got into 3, but then it just dropped. So yeah, you got to be very careful. So there you go, guys. There is the promo code Test Drive 25 for 25% off the first month only. So if you click on my link, there's my homepage link right there, and there you click on it. And this is what you'll see. Okay, so here's how you can take out a subscription. Just click on the Get Trade Ideas. Don't use this promo code, obviously. Use the Test Drive all in caps 25 for 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. Okay. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I've done. All the scans I'm sharing. Here's my layout that you see. Okay, plus individual scans. And education, big education section right here. The 20 lessons. I know I'm going through this really quickly. The reason I'm doing this is because all you have to do is save my link. And you can do all this at your leisure. What is a top list? Building a top list, alert windows, getting down to the AI, etc. Okay? The daily support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Daily webinars between, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. AI channel, Holly. You get information about that. Back to basics, if you're new to trading, what is a stock? Okay, so a lot of information on my homepage. Just save my link. You can take a look at all this later on. And that promo code should be valid. Well, I know it'll be valid for sure until 11:59 p.m. tomorrow night Eastern Time, okay? 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Whew. Now, what I'm going to be watching when I shut the room down for my own trading style, maybe taking another kick at this PRVB if it gets above this area here. But you know what I want? Volume. I mean, look at the volume that we had on GME and AMC. Look at those volume bars. Contrast that to what's happening here. But what if we got a volume bar like that here, at 3 o'clock? I mean, that'll pop it up for sure. So what you do is you just use our price alerts. You set an alert where you think might want to get in. You get the alert, it'll pop up on your screen, but then check the volume. If the volume is nothing, then forget about it. It could still move, obviously it could still move even without great volume, but you like to put the odds in your favor by taking a break on volume. I mean, look at the volume today. I mean, it's extraordinary volume today. It's traded the float, 51 million in the float, so it is traded the float, 53 million. Look at all the previous days. I mean, you can't even see them. There was a day back here where it was a lot of volume, but look at the volume today. And again, just to reiterate why I'm looking at this, it's not just because what it's doing here. It's what it did in the pre-market. Getting up to that level way up here, 1323. So I mean, there is the attraction that other traders will have is that, wow, what if it could get anywhere close? Even if it got up into this area here, it'd be awesome. I haven't even looked at the market. So the Nas is down a little bit, Dow is down, SPY is down. Haven't even looked at what the market is doing the last little while. Look at EH. Now this is I don't know if this is another one, guys. I don't know if this is a Reddit one. Maybe somebody can clarify this, but look at the volume that just came into EH. Not shortable for me. Wow, look at the volume. Look at this and look what it's doing. Anybody who's following what the Reddit guys are doing, are they on EH now? Or also, I should say. I don't recall that they were doing that back here. So this is a China, not an airline, but in the sector, I guess. I see some news. You're right. Long range VT30 AAV to expand regional air mobility. Look at the float. Very low float. 16 million in the float. Not shortable for me. And I don't know if that news is. Well, it doesn't matter what I think. The market thinks, wow, okay. No shorts for me, Zach. I know you can't hear me, but no shorts for me. All right, guys, give me All right, guys. Yeah, research in motion. Man, how old was that? Okay, guys, are there any other questions? I'm going to wrap this up. I don't have, but there have been some creative. I don't have. I think what he meant was go to my homepage. First of all, if you go to my homepage, I'm sure well, maybe you've never been there. You should. And go to my homepage, go to the education section, and then, even back to basics, support and resistance, candlesticks. But here are the ebooks. Here are the ebooks that we have, okay? All right, guys. What time is it right now? Yeah, 30 seconds ago. So I don't see any other questions. I'm going to be watching the PRVB. See if it runs in the last hour. Yeah, look at that MOXC. Wow, no kidding. Yeah, I think that was probably a pretty good one from me. Way back here, seems like yesterday. Look at this, 948 gap down and reverse at 1415, 1881 now. Wow. All right, guys, I think that's it. I think I'm going to wrap it up. Thanks for all the help today. Definitely a more exciting day than yesterday, at least for me. And by the way, MOXC just got halted. So we will do all this again tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody. Just want to see, make sure I can do this. Yes, okay. Have a great evening, everybody. And again, we'll see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Bye-bye.